Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, July 30th, 2024, and it is a beautiful day here in El Dorado County. Just welcome to each and every one of you that are here in our boardroom today, and all of those that are joining us online. We're glad you're with us today. And with that, it is my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors and invite Elder Spencer Weston of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to lead us in an invocation this morning. Elder Weston, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here. My wife and I serve in the beautiful temple down in Folsom of our church on Tuesday morning, so I'll slip out after I give the invocation, but to connect with all of you, it's great to see you. I'll offer that invocation now. Our dear Heavenly Father, we pause before this El Dorado County Supervisors meeting to give thee thanks for our lives, for this beautiful summer day, for the abundant harvests of our orchards and gardens. For this time of year, Father, we give thee thanks. And to now have this meeting, we pray, Father, for thy spirit to be with us. Please bless all those in attendance, that there will be good communication and a peaceful, kind atmosphere. We appreciate so much the work of all the county employees and staff and the Board of Supervisors, their goodness. Please bless them and their families. We dedicate this agenda to thee, Father, and thank thee again for the many blessings thou hast bestowed upon us, and say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Elder Weston, and thank you to you and your brothers and sisters for all that you do to support our community. We appreciate it. All right, thank you. Supervisor Turnbull, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now come into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. At this point, does any of my colleagues have any changes or comments for the consent calendar? I'll start with you,
No
Supervisor
changes.
Heidel. Supervisor Turnbull?
No changes.
Supervisor Perlin?
No changes.
Supervisor Lane?
No changes.
All right, excellent. I don't either. Except staff. Yes, I was just getting to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff are requesting that item 4 be continued off calendar.
Perfect. All right, we will continue item 4 off calendar if the board so chooses. Excellent. Thank you so much. With that, Kim, we will take comment on the consent calendar at this time. So Kim, can you open that up?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Once again, this is a time for anyone to make a comment on anything that is on the consent calendar only. We ask that you come up and let us know which item you're going to be speaking on. Good morning.
Good morning, board. Madam Chair, my name is Juliet Barwas. I am a resident of District 3, and I am commenting on item 17, the proclamation recognizing August as Breastfeeding Awareness Month in El Dorado County. So 2024's theme for National Breastfeeding Month is Nourish, Sustain, Thrive, and that includes honoring the efforts of all the organizations and individuals working to promote and protect breastfeeding and make it a little easier for families to reach their breastfeeding goals. And reflecting on that, I first wanted to share my gratitude for those who supported me. I had a wonderful local midwife who included breastfeeding education and preparation into my prenatal care and provided really crucial support to me in those early days and weeks after my babies were born. My girls had a fabulous physician at Marshall Pediatrics who affirmed my goals and improved my confidence as a breastfeeding mother. And I had a manager who, upon my return to work each time at 12 weeks postpartum to an industry where honestly lactation accommodations could be a little tricky, went above and beyond to make sure that I had the time and space needed to express breast milk, that my coworkers all understood and respected what I was doing, and did everything in his power to make sure that my working full time would not become a barrier to exclusively breastfeeding as long as I wanted. And I know there are so many people in El Dorado County working and contributing to the success of breastfeeding. And I want to share my appreciation for those skilled and compassionate providers and lactation consultants, for those really supportive employers, for our local WIC agency and the amazing nurses behind Public Health's Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Program, for the inspiring collaboration going on in El Dorado County's Breastfeeding Coalition, and certainly for your board. By signing this proclamation, you are reaffirming your support for breastfeeding families and all those who are dedicated to empowering their experience, and you are becoming a partner in seeing El Dorado County thrive in this way. So with that, I offer my most sincere thank you and look forward to an uplifting Breastfeeding Awareness Month around the corner in August. Thank you.
Thank you for your beautiful and eloquent testimony.
Yes.
Appreciate it, Juliet. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the consent calendar? That's a hard act to follow, though. Good morning, welcome.
Morning. I don't think I could follow that. My name is John Hess. I'm with the Ockham Fair Play Fire Safe Council, and I just want to speak to item 28 very briefly. I guess I thought I was going to be here mostly for questions, but this is regarding a couple signs for our council that we'd like to put along Highway 16, and basically our logo, our name, and our website. It's a challenge these days to get the word out to people, especially when we represent 1,000 households in South El Dorado County, about wildfire safety. And so these signs are important to us to give a way for people to see, here's where you can go to get more information. And so we can help them and they can help themselves. But I do want to mention one thing. People that work in government don't get enough applause. There's a couple of people in planning and building that were extremely helpful. I'm going to mess up one of her names. Julie Saylor and Sarissa Deichman, I believe. They were extremely helpful to me, explaining the requirements and just being overall helpful. So I appreciate that help. Thank you.
Thank you for your work on our fire safe councils and for acknowledging our staff. That is much appreciated. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, and we'll bring this back to the board. What is the will of the board?
I'll move to
Adoption,
Oh,
adoption
thank you.
agenda.
Sorry. Sorry, Kim, we're so excited.
Yeah, adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Continue item 4 off calendar.
All right, with that, what is the will of the board?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. All right, with that, we get into a really exciting item to kick our day's agenda off, and that is the presentation of the Young Artist Awardees and the Poetry Out Loud Champion, as sponsored by Arts and Culture El Dorado. So with that, I'd love to welcome Terry Lemonchek, the Executive Director of Arts and Culture El Dorado, up to get us started this morning on this exciting. All right,
Okay.
wonderful.
I'm just going to read the item first. I'm going to read the item
I
first.
keep jumping the gun here.
Wow,
I
what are we doing
apologize,
today?
Kim.
Too much caffeine or something. I don't know what's going on. Maybe.
Item number 32 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board receive a presentation from Arts and Culture El Dorado, highlighting the Young Artist Awardees and the Poetry Out Loud Champion.
With that, bring the gang up. That's right. Good morning, Terry.
All right, everybody, come on up. And thank you so much, Madam Chair and Supervisors, for letting us kick off your meeting on such a positive note.
Love that.
As you all know, Arts and Culture El Dorado every year sponsors 2 recognition programs for our high school students, the Young Artist Awards and Poetry Out Loud. The Young Artist Awards really recognizes special promise, really unique potential. It's not a competitive program. There's no auditions. We look to the teachers in our local high schools to nominate students for whom there might have been one moment. It could be one performance on stage, or one solo in a music performance, or one piece of artwork that really reveals that special promise in each student. And we have a great roster of young artists to introduce to you. Poetry Out Loud is our poetry recitation competition. It's a national program where we advance our students through the high school level to the county championship, to the state level, and then even on to the national finals. And we have our Poetry Out Loud El Dorado County county champion here today. And I think with that, I will turn it over to Jordan Hyatt Miller, our program manager, who runs our 2 programs.
Good morning, Jordan. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce our Young Artist Awards recipients first. One of them couldn't make it. And then I'll bring up our Poetry Out Loud champion, and I believe she has a poem. So I'm
Wonderful.
excited. Yeah, so the winner of our music awards, Adriana Vasquez from Oak Ridge High School. The winner of our, you can come step up here. The winner of our visual art awards, Lucy Padilla from Ponderosa High School. The winner of our Nature Inspired Art Awards, Nia Henderson from El Dorado High School. And Chloe Olney from Union Mine couldn't make it, but she won our theater award this year. And I think we're going to get a photo op of everyone together after this.
Wonderful.
And then our Poetry Out Loud champions, Gabrielle Garlick from Union Mine High School. Thank you.
It has been a minute, so I might screw it up a little bit.
You'll be
Bear with me.
perfect, as you are.
This is a poem titled What Women Are Made Of by Bianca Lynn Spriggs. And a quote, "There are many kinds of open," Audre Lorde. "We are all ventricle, spine, lung, larynx, and gut, clavicle, and nape, what lies forked in an open palm. We are follicle and temple. We are ankle, arch, sole, pore, and rib, pelvis, and root, and tongue. We are wishbone and gland and molar and lobe. We are hippocampus and exposed nerve and cornea, areola, pigment, melanin, and nails, varicose, cellulite, divining rod, sinew and tissue, saliva and silt. We are blood and salt, clay and aquifer. We are breath and flame and stratosphere, palimpsest and bibelot and cloisonne fine lines, marigold, hydrangea, and dimple, nightlight, satellite, and stubble. We are pinnacle, plummet, dark circles and dark matter, a constellation of freckles and specters and miracles and lashes both bent and erect. We are all give and give back. We are Volta and girder, make an incision in our nectary, and painted ladies sail forth, riding the back of a warm wind, plumed with love and things like love. Crack us down to the marrow, and you may find us full of cicada husks and sand dollars and salted maple taffy, weary of welding together our daydreams. All sweet tea, razor blades, carbon, and patchwork quilts of good God. And Lord have mercy, our hands remember how to turn the earth before we do. Our intestinal fortitude, cumulonimbus streaked with saffron light. Our foundation, not in our limbs or hips. This comes first as an amen. A hallelujah, a suckling swaddled psalm sung at the cosmos' breast. You want to know what women are made of? Open wide and find out.
Extraordinary.
Gabrielle.
Wow.
Yes.
I did want to express our thanks for your support of Arts and Culture El Dorado. Your support makes it possible for us to administer these programs. We'd love to get a photo op, Madam Chair, if that works for you.
Absolutely. But before we do that, I would like to hear from each of the Young Artist Awardees as to what your specialty is and why do you love art? Why do you do what you do? So please share just a little bit about your gifts.
I'm Adriana. I play all the percussion instruments, but I've been focusing on mallets. So I've been in the front ensemble. I've been front and center playing marimba, and I really like the performing aspect of all of it. So that's what I'm doing in college, hopefully.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And where are you going to college?
I'm going to college in Arizona State University, and I'm going to be participating in the band.
Congratulations. My daughter went to ASU and so did my dad. They loved their time there. So congratulations. That's wonderful. And is it Lucy?
Yeah.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. I do drawing. That's my favorite, and black and white realistic drawings my favorite also. That's my specialty, I'd say.
Oh, that's wonderful. And is it something that you wish to do in your career?
Maybe. I think I'm doing nursing now. That's
Okay.
my choice now, but I think my
Wonderful.
whole life I'll do drawing as well.
Art never leaves you.
Yeah.
And you will find that your creativity and your gifts will be a great help to your nursing career and to your ability to serve. Congratulations,
Thank
Lucy.
you.
And Nia.
I do all kinds of visual art. I prefer watercolor and oil paint. For me, it's just a way to express myself and do my own thing, my own time when I'm not working or doing school. I plan to go to community college for 2 years, and I'm going to get my teaching credential and probably teach art.
Oh, that's wonderful. Art is a wonderful expression of the soul, isn't it? Yeah. I started in watercolor myself, and that's my particular love for the visual arts as well. Well, congratulations, Nia. Wow, it just what a wonderful presentation. Thank you for bringing this to us. So yes, do a photo op. Should we have all of the awardees here, and we'll just be here? Or what would you prefer, Terry? It's your show. Down here?
Everyone line up here.
Sure.
Let me grab my phone. You guys can find lining up in front.
Please come on down. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. We're so glad you're here. What are you doing? We're just taking a picture. Do you
Are
want
we
us to get
supposed to
closer,
be in it?
Carla? Yeah, stand up and let's stand up. And,
Oh, I was gonna
yes.
say, like, would we- okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah.
sure what we're.
Probably gotta,
Yeah.
gotta group up a little bit tighter too.
There we go. All right.
Okay, everybody got their hair good?
No.
Good,
I
good.
still have hair.
Right. On three. 1, 2, 3.
Did you get all their feet and all their heads?
I'm doing from here up.
All right. Wonderful.
Great, thank you. Congratulations.
Round of applause for all our board. Oh. Well, that was just a wonderful way to start us off. And any comments from my colleagues before we take public comment?
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't say, I have a special connection with Gabrielle. She not only is an amazing poet, but she has been, and Gabrielle, just come and help me because one of my sons, both of my sons actually were highly involved in marching band throughout their high school careers, and both have come back to coach here and there our other schools and marching bands and the color guard, drum major. So you were the drum major at Union Mine, and I understand did quite well. So and so when I was asked to judge the poetry out loud, I didn't know who she was. I had no clue, which is good because that would have been bad. But then afterward, she comes bouncing over on the stage to say hi, and I was like, hello, and a little overwhelmed. And then she explained who she was, and when I got home, one of my sons was like, oh yeah, I know her from Union Mine, and how well you've done. And were you like how long were you the drum major and all that stuff? And
I did marching band all 4 years of high school, but I was only a drum major for my last year.
for your senior year, and I understand you were quite animated and good at it, as you can imagine.
Absolutely.
So, and then we didn't get to ask you, but what are your plans?
I plan to do 2 years of Folsom Lake to get the free
Wonderful.
college,
Mhm.
and then hopefully major in nursing along with a double major in music.
Oh,
Awesome.
wonderful,
Very good.
wonderful.
So sorry for pulling you aside like that, but I just wanted to acknowledge how excited it was. And I just love that connection, and the marching band program is just fabulous at our high school.
So Supervisor, you were one of the judges of this year's contest. Well,
Yes.
congratulations. You did incredibly well. That
Right?
was amazing. That
They
was
had
amazing.
fabulous contestants. It was actually really difficult.
It's a
to
hard thing to
judge. I don't
judge,
like
yes.
judging that stuff
No.
because it's, oh my gosh, you guys are all great. But yeah, she just kind of stood out a little bit. And then bouncing across the stage after her. There's so much energy here, you guys. You have no idea.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that,
Yeah.
Supervisor Parlin. Love that. Gotta love El Dorado County.
I know, you do.
And I was the other judge.
Oh, well done.
Tell you what, it was a great event. It really was.
Oh.
And these kids are so talented. It's just amazing how they can memorize all their
Right?
lines and everything. Unbelievable. It really is.
Oh.
Great job.
That's wonderful. All right. Well, thank you so much. So let's take public comment on this item. Kim, you can open this up.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Wonderful. I mean, to be here and to have them here. Oh my gosh, it just shows you the perspective of our society when we hear so much negative, and then have them come here with this positive feelings that they have about what they're doing and what their future is. It just impressed me. So that's my point today. I just wanted to come down and tell you how much I really appreciated being here and hearing them. And also the theater and poetry, how theater works to express yourself. Very impressive. Thank you so much for having them to hear, and also for the work you did in terms of judging and stuff. That's really great. Thank you very much.
Thanks for
Appreciate
sharing
it.
your comments, Chris. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, there's no action required on this. It was a presentation, but we just offer our heartfelt thanks and congratulations to each and every one of you. You have a bright future ahead of you, and thank you so much for sharing your talents with our community. And we just wish you all the best in your path forward. It's been a pleasure to have you with us this morning. Thank you. Thank you all. Oh, that was a great way to start our day. All right, we will now move on to item number 31, which is a hearing from the library department. Kim?
Item number 31 is a hearing from the library department recommending the board, 1, conduct a public hearing to consider public comment on the annual written report of benefit assessment / service charges for zone and benefit deed with a county service area 10 for library services at the Cameron Park Library, and 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report.
Good morning, Bryce.
Good morning, Bryce Lavelle, Library Director.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Podium moves.
It does, it does. Isn't that much better?
There we go, a little better.
We don't often utilize that enough. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you open up the public hearing?
Oh, I
Sorry,
did
that
not.
was my
I
fault.
am just not
It's
on a roll
okay.
this morning. With that, I open up the public hearing. Yeah. Is there a
Okay.
presentation, Bryce, that you?
There's no presentation. This is just the annual public hearing for the Cameron Park benefit assessment. So it does not sunset, it does not increase. But yeah, so I'm just here for the public hearing.
Okay, all right, so there's no further presentation. I
There-
guess, does the
there was
board
not.
have any question then on this item? This is a routine item.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
Yes,
happens
it is.
yearly.
It is, it
Mhm.
does. Okay, great. We were all waiting for a presentation.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
So,
All
so
looking
Bryce,
at
will
each
the,
other.
will the El Dorado Hills and other ones come later? Is that, this is Cameron Park only, if I understand it correct?
Cameron Park is the only area that has the benefit assessment.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
So it's based on the number of parcels. So it does not sunset and it does not increase unless there's additional parcels. So as more housing is built in the Cameron Park area, then it will increase.
Are we trying to expand the benefit assessment process? Because it seems like there's other areas that would benefit from having more resources go to their local library.
With with the benefit assessment not increasing, and
Okay.
it's so it's great that it doesn't sunset, but it also does not increase. So it's constantly battling inflation.
Okay. Okay.
Whereas the other districts, it's tied to other tax pieces. So whether it's the Bay Area index or something of that nature, so it does increase. And let's see, Georgetown and the South Lake Tahoe area, those are up in 2027. So we'll be going to the voters to see how they want to proceed after those tax pieces do sunset.
Thank
But
you.
yeah, Cameron Park's the only one that is a benefit assessment.
Okay. Are there any further questions on this item?
Just generally speaking, Bryce, has it, over the years, this is an issue that's been on, kind of to Supervisor Heidal's point of, has there ever been talk about doing like one fee countywide, or, I mean, how big of a challenge would it be to make it so that the whole county is paying a little bit in versus what we have right now is kind of a hodgepodge of some areas have an assessment, some have a tax. I mean, it's just not evenly distributed throughout the county. And I know that would be a big lift, but it just seems like it would make more sense. Has there been any, like Jeannie Amos, I know, talked about it often and wanted to be a champion of that. Now I'm calling her out. Sorry, Jeannie. But I know that she wanted to champion something like that. And we just never seem to get there. So is there talk of that again?
And that's something that we're gearing up to explore. So for the future funding pieces.
Okay.
Right now, we're going to implement our new software in mid-August. We just updated our logo and our branding. We recently secured a children's librarian for Placerville site. So we're going to build some of our programming. So we have some of these pieces in the works. The open source software, it's a large lift. So we're happy that it will be implemented in mid-August. So with some of these pieces we're building, and then we're better stanced to explore some of the funding options and other things that we can offer to the community in the future.
Yeah.
Later this year, I expect to dig in a little deeper and see what options may be available for us to explore with funding.
No, that makes sense. And congratulations on that software implementation. It sounds like it's going to be fabulous when it's done.
We're very excited. It'll have an auto renewal element. So when people check out books, it'll automatically renew for them.
That's nice.
There's so many just fancy and wonderful things that I think our customers are really going to appreciate. And it comes at a huge cost savings as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's great. So, okay,
Cool. Excellent. Well done.
So just to piggyback on it, Proposition 218 requires a vote if you're going to do assessments like taxes, correct, at this point in time?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, so it would require then, because I'm assuming it is a special tax assessment for libraries, which I think takes a 2/3 vote as opposed to a general. So I think that's why it's been so difficult to get there, because you have to try to determine, is there enough support to make an issue, ballot issue pass with a 2/3 vote of those who turn out to vote? And that's
And who's
it's the
going to champion it?
thing
Who's
again.
going to champion it?
Yeah, I look
Yeah.
forward to the conversation if you get to it before the end of the year, but we need to grow those champions is what I think the
a good
basis
point.
is, right? Get that. And Jeannie's been a big help in that. She knows a lot of people, but you really need to have people in all parts of the county
Mhm.
get on board with that and start sharing the opportunity, right? This is why we need it. This is what we're doing for our kids, our youth, our adults, whatever it is. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And we plan to dig in deeper by the end of the year. So
Okay.
once we get our new system in place, then we'll have a little bit more time to explore certain things.
Good.
Excellent.
We'll look forward to that conversation. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Bryce. We're going to take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Welcome back.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, but as you know, I'm associated with taxpayers. I'm also a historian, as I explained before. The history behind this is exactly what you just said. We finally got the story, and the story is essentially, can we pass a measure? And there was a time, because of each one of these libraries being built at different times, each of you as supervisors then want to have a library, or if you do have a library, you tie into it and you put that energy in on a library by library basis. We would love to be able to, I know as an individual, have a library system that we envision is going to be what the community needs. And in this case, emergencies used as cooling centers, all of these peripheral things are different than what a library director is there to do, and that is to provide this particular facility, which is books, checking them out, all the standards. And then as times changed, technology's changed, as we've heard, you now have opportunities to look at it in a broader perspective, a current perspective, not like what it was, but what it could be or should be. And that's why we're having this hearing right now to talk about a particular library, but it's a broader story, which I think all of you really do support. And you would love to have the system, El Dorado County would love to have a system that is going to do what's the broadest benefit for, whether it's Lake Tahoe with your own needs, or whether it's the West Slope. It's all as we're talking right now. Thank you much for the time.
Thanks for your comments. All right, seeing no additional comments in the boardroom, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, at this point, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and action.
So I'm going to move that we adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 128-2024, confirming the annual report and authorizing the event of assessment and service charges to be collected in the same manner as the county's ad valorem property taxes for 24-25 fiscal year.
Very good.
Second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Bryce.
Thanks,
All right.
Fred. Thanks. Good job.
So our next time allocation item is at 10 a.m. So I suggest we go into closed session. Is that amenable to my colleagues?
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right,
that's fine.
excellent.
Are there something you can get done?
Yes, probably item 34. So at this point, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 33 and 34 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these two items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name from the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, very good. So at this point, we'll recess into closed session and be back for our 10 a.m. time allocation. Thank you. And we are back from closed session, and county councils, did we have any reportable action?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board completed item number 34 and there is no action to report.
All right, very good. Thank you. And apologize for being about 15 minutes past 10 a.m. And before we move into our next item, I was remiss in not making an announcement at the beginning of the board meeting, but I wanted to let my colleagues and our community know that unfortunately, I had a meeting that came up yesterday afternoon that I need to be in attendance at this afternoon. So I will not be in this afternoon session, but I think we're just going to be having open forum and then the rest of our closed session, and Supervisor Heidel will carry on with the meeting. It's a matter of Placerville Community Wildfire Resiliency Strategy TAC meeting that's for City of Placerville and just about all of District 3 that I need to be involved in. So, all right, the cat's away, the mice will play. Knock yourselves out. I'll read the minutes closely. All right, Kim, can we open up number 36, please, our workshop?
37. The summary is.
Oh, yes, I mean 37 at
The
10
protocol
a.m.
sheet, yeah.
My goodness.
Item number 37 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Service Division, Long Range Planning Unit, and Tahoe Planning and Building Division, recommending the board review and provide direction on the Long Range Planning Work Plan for fiscal year 24-25 as follows. 1, review the staff memo, Attachment A, Work Plan, Attachment B. 2, direct staff to modify the work plan as necessary to reflect the board's current priorities. And 3, endorse the final work plan that prioritizes county's long-range planning initiated projects.
All right, thank you. This is always an item we look forward to. So, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Thomas and honorable supervisors. So yes, it is that time of year where we bring our long-range work plan, and always good discussion around this. I just want to start off by kind of reminding folks why we bring this. You know, not every department brings their work plan forward to the board, but there is a reason we've done this for now. This is actually the 10th year, it looks like, that we've brought this forward. First of all, of course, there's great public interest in these items. They also have long-term effects, and they do take some time to complete. So it's a lot of staff resources. And in fact, a lot of these items, it's not just long-range planning staff. It is staff from other departments, divisions, and even outside agencies that need to contribute for these items. So it's important that we get feedback and make it known what it is we're working on, what the timeframes are around it, and make sure we're all going in the same direction so that we are utilizing our resources in the best way possible.
Thank you. Excellent.
So we'll be starting off talking about, I'm just going to briefly go through the activities that have been completed, and if there's any questions on those, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those because I know really the discussion is more for the items we're either working on or coming up. So what we've completed in this past year is our annual housing element report, our annual general plan report. We also did our 5-year general plan review. And just as a reminder, that did come to you late. So the next 5-year review is just 2 short years away. We'll talk a little bit more about that because that dovetails into one of the items that we have added for this year, which is to start considering the general plan update. We'll talk about that towards the end. And then we also have finished up our pre-approved ADU plan program. So those are available on our website, and we'll actually be expanding that library here soon as well with some grant monies that we have. We're partnering with Housing El Dorado and going to expand that library of ADUs that are available.
Excellent.
And then finally, of course, our general plan safety element update was completed. And that was a huge effort and actually a great example of where we have to partner and get input from a lot of departments, divisions, and agencies. And I was remiss in introducing staff that are here with me today. So Rob Peters, Deputy Director, he's going to be taking part of this presentation as well. And then Thea Graybill, who Senior Planner who works on a lot of our Tahoe, also did the safety element as well. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Rob to start going through the list of those projects that are either in progress or upcoming.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So I'm going to go ahead and share the work plan, and we're going to just kind of go through that work plan. I want to acknowledge that this work plan that I'm about to show you has a couple minor edits based on some comments that I had. And so I'll acknowledge those when we go through to those particular items. So starting out.
So Rob, are you going to want us to chit chat as we go, or how do you want to do this?
Yeah,
'Cause
so
there's a lot here.
Yeah, so I intend to kind of go through the list and stop at each one. And if you have questions or comments, we'll address that project individually and then kind of move to the next one. Does that make sense? Or
Yeah, it
rather than
does.
going
And
through the
then-
whole thing and
And
then coming
then
back?
part of it though, at the end then though, could be depending on what we talk about along the way, it could change some stuff.
We might need to
overall.
circle back
I
around and
know it's-
prioritize.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I think one of the things that we did last year, we used to call this a prioritization matrix.
Yeah.
And we converted it to sort of a work plan because we spend a lot of time talking about this project over that project over that project, acknowledging that all of these have, for one of the reasons identified in the criteria, I think it's on page 6 of the memo, either have to be done, have been directed to be done, or,
Right.
or we intend to do them because they're in the general plan or, a state or general plan requirement requires it. So, we kind of changed the term from prioritization. So this work plan that we're looking at is not prioritized like 1 is over 2 is over 3, but these are just all of the items in sort of no particular order that we're working on. But we acknowledge that some projects have more, intent to get finished or urgency, if you will, than others. But, we spend a lot of time in previous years prioritizing this project over that, and then we get 22 tier 1 projects
Yeah.
and no tier 2 and no tier 3, right? So this is just the whole work plan. We acknowledge that all these things are actively being worked on or intend to be worked on, and we're just trying to give you the idea of our entire work plan and where we're at on each project. And so we can discuss that further if there are things that you feel aren't on here or things that you want to make sure that staff understands direction on or the importance of, we can certainly do that. But this is not a 1 above 16 type of deal.
And let me piggyback on that. Conversely, while you're wanting to understand, what the board's, thoughts are on this, I also ask that we want, as we have conversations today, please help us understand what our maybe our asks would entail from staff. We want this to be a collaborative conversation because we need to understand what the demands on staff would be and who might be involved, so we can make the best decisions at the end of the day possible with whatever decisions we have to make. So we want this to be a collaborative discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. And at some point I'll go over the staffing and
Great.
how many folks are in long range planning and where they're located and kind of where their focus is. So we'll talk about that.
Good. Sounds good.
Okay, so the first item is really a mandated item. It's the housing annual progress report. As you probably recall, in the last couple of years, we've updated the housing element. We have a requirement to submit an annual review each year, and so that is sort of that one. That's comes to your board directly, so it's not an active action that comes through the Planning Commission, and it's really just to meet that state requirement. And I believe it's due on April 1st of every year. So we completed it last year, and so we intend to complete that for this upcoming year. Number 2 is the general plan implementation annual progress report. Again, due to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research by April 1st. And so we've, I think last year might have been the first time we brought them together. It makes a lot of sense to bring them in one item since they're pretty closely related. And so, we try to time those so you guys are seeing those annual reports in a timely fashion and that with enough time for us to submit them to the state on time. Number 3, the general plan 5-year review. So we last year, as Karen had identified, we finished our last 5-year review, which was a couple years late, right? So we're already into halfway through, if not a little further, 4 out of 5 years on this next general plan 5-year review. So we intend to bring that in spring of 2026. And that's basically so that we can capture the end of the 2025 calendar year. And we've had a lot of discussion at that point of digging in, and I think Karen mentioned it as well about the findings of that 5-year review and how that integrates to an updated general plan. And we intend to speak a little bit more specifically on that when we get down to the general plan update item, which is at the bottom of the list. Again, not because it's prioritized lower, but just because we've added that as a new item that wasn't on the work plan last year. And so we'll get into a lot more detail, but ideally we did the last 5-year review. There was a lot of comments and questions related to that effort from your board. We subsequently did individual discussions with board members to get an understanding and get some feedback that will help us integrate into the next 5-year review. And so, that is on the work plan for this year, because we won't, we'll be initiating it in this coming fiscal year, but it won't be really completed into your board until that fall in 2026.
So Rob, on this one, it says project initiated and board direction both no, but I mean, we actually had a pretty hearty conversation at the last review, and we did give direction, I thought, for staff, like you just said, to start talking to us. So I'm thinking it's been initiated and we did give direction. So
I'd be happy to make that edit if you want. It's really a requirement of the general plan. And so I think that's why it says yes in that, because it's a general plan requirement. But certainly you guys, your board has identified to us that you want to initiate that work and provided us direction. So I would be happy to make that edit.
Is there like a more formal kind of?
No, it is actually, it's just in those 4 columns, which are project initiated. We actually haven't started preparing the material. So in our mind, that's like, we haven't started drafting the stuff.
I see. Yeah.
Right. But it is a requirement of the general plan. And so we acknowledge that, but we can certainly, particularly for the board direction.
Yeah.
Put a yes there. That's not a big deal.
Because I just, we kind of emphasize the fact that we wanted this board to have an opportunity to start weighing in on conversations, which I really appreciated that you guys were able to start that. So,
and if we'll make those changes. I'm happy to, I have an Excel of this document, and we can do a strikeout underline so you can see it before, or you can, for things like that, we can just acknowledge that there's going to be that change.
Yeah.
So just changing board direction to yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Great.
And as you mentioned, 3 interrelates with 16, the general plan up. I'm going to hold my comments because I'm looking at the timeline and it's a lot longer than I thought it was going to be for 16, but I'll hold it till we get to 16.
It sounds good.
Yeah, we anticipated quite a discussion on that item.
Okay.
And so, we're happy to kind of discuss that in more detail.
And that will probably depend on all of the other things in between and where the board wants to go with those too. So, yeah.
Well, and I should have acknowledged for the folks listening that, the memo that was attached is ordered in the same number as the items on this work plan. And so the details for each of those items is within the memo. And that's why you don't see a lot of detail or narrative here.
Thank you for that, Rob. Excellent.
Okay, so the next one, I know we spent a good amount of time last week on, which is the community design standards. And this is one of the items that I did receive comments on. And so I just want to acknowledge those questions and comments unless, and so what I did and sort of an underline on the interim design standards, we didn't use the word objective.
Yeah.
And I know there was some wanting to ensure that those were what we were doing. So to solidify that, we've added the word objective to that category A. And then for B in the memo, we identified the interim versus the custom ones for the community regions and rural centers. And so we've added that word custom to that, just to distinguish that they're both objective standards, and that one is the interim and that the other will be crafted for the individual communities based on those interim standards. And so you'll see some changes between community regions on those items potentially.
I appreciate you making that change. I just think that makes it just really
Really
crystal clear
Yeah.
which one, what those are and what we're talking about. So I appreciate you making those changes. Thank you.
But on the spreadsheet, I don't see the word objective with interim. I see interim design standards for community regions and rural centers, not
Quite frankly,
objective.
I didn't update the memo.
That's going to
So,
be a,
the work plan is the final work plan. I didn't go through and do the strikeout and underline of the memo, but acknowledging that the work plan. So we
Well,
can
the
certainly
memo says interim objective West Slope design standards. The spreadsheet does not.
right. That's why he's
Yeah,
going to update the spreadsheet.
It doesn't use the word West
I
Slope.
thought he said he was going to update the memo. He's going to update
The spreadsheet, a spreadsheet.
All right.
Yeah.
And I didn't take the time, quite frankly, to
Okay.
update the memorandum. I mean, we could do so if we needed to, but really the work plan is what is sort of the thing we're
Okay.
going to work off.
Got
of.
it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any questions on that one? I know you had a pretty lively discussion last time. So I
We
just-
did. Any other discussion on
No.
these for now?
No,
Yeah,
no.
okay.
So the affordable housing initiatives is the next item. And it's includes a couple items. One is our first piece of that is to try to get an affordable housing ordinance, or the first version of that, we would continue to look at and craft as we work through the second item within that, which is the Affordable Housing Task Force. So that your board has seen some of the initiation documents on that housing task force. We intend to move forward with that. We have staff working on it sort of as we speak, if you want, to try to put together those meetings and those topics and the targets and the timelines and all of that. And so we are working with outside partners to try to enhance that discussion and maybe have some other folks participating in a little more heavily, not only in the task force itself, but in the facilitation of the meetings.
I'll just add that we're going to be reaching out to El Dorado Community Foundation and seeing if they have some interest in partnering with us. We believe they may have that interest and can certainly facilitate, especially community outreach. They do such a great job at that. But this is one of their areas of interest as well. So rather than everybody doing kind of separate, we've got a meeting set up to meet with them and talk it over and see where we might be able to leverage each other's resources.
Wonderful.
And so on that item, I have an edit there. And so, for the Affordable Housing Task Force, where we put winter to spring, that's, this is on the column, it talks about completion date. And so, the real completion date for the task force is sort of that spring 2025. But our first piece of that is going to be trying to bring forward an affordable housing ordinance. And so those didn't necessarily match. So, I changed that to winter instead of fall, and then added 2024 to be consistent with how we've described the other timeframes within the column, because it didn't, I didn't cite that. So kind of a minor edit, but just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha.
Because I
And
wasn't
then-
looking at the screen, I was looking at my printout. That's my comment before. I'm looking at the printout, which is a little bigger and easier for me to read.
Yeah.
As opposed to we have to be following the screen, because you have
Well,
made
and
several
There's some
edits, which I
tiny
now
edits.
I
recognize.
can zoom in on the screen. If it's not working for you, I can take it out of the.
I
full
can
screen.
get closer, it's fine. I just
Well,
have to.
I'm happy to
okay.
do that.
Where's your
that's-
opera glasses?
Why don't you, for the viewers at home perhaps, or those,
That's
yeah,
a little
I think
better.
that's,
That's better.
because those are the key elements of the
Yes.
We try to get
anticipated
the full
completion
thing
date and
on.
what the project is.
And
So,
then we can see
yeah.
your changes, like where you
That's
added
great.
objective
Yeah,
and
that
custom.
That's helpful.
Because I
Thank
could,
you.
I didn't see it
And I'll,
before.
and I'll leave the last couple columns off of there, but if we need to slide over and talk about how
That's
we've
perfect.
categorized them, we can do so.
Okay,
Okay.
so on this item number 5, affording housing initiatives,
Mhm.
I have quite a bit of chatting to do on this item. Just last week, I was contacted by a resident in formerly Camp Chiquita. Now it's one of the new owners that we were talking about, that we were concerned about a few years ago. And sure enough, new owners have come in. They are raising rents, instituting new rules that are burdensome, exorbitant fee increases, you name it, everything to drive folks out, bottom line. And this just happened last week on my radar. So I've got it. I don't know where to start on this, but I kind of have a little bit of a crisis going on right now. And folks are scrambling, trying to figure out what authority, what can the county do in a situation like this to prevent, because we talk about this quite often when we're talking about our homeless population, our most recent growing demographic, of our homeless population are older seniors. And I think that this particular situation and others like it that are starting to happen in the county fairly recently, and all of a sudden in my mind, is starting to also lend itself to these seniors that, fixed income. Some of them are disabled, not really very able to try to meet these impossible new rules that the parks are trying to drive them out, bottom line. So with this affordable housing issue, that fits in to this conversation, you know, big picture, long-term, I get it, we need to do it, but now I have a crisis. So this is where I'm struggling. I don't know what to do. And then, you know, I was looking through our housing element, and goal HO3 is to conserve the county's current stock of affordable housing. And so the mobile home parks totally fit into that. They're mentioned specifically in policy HO 3.3 and 3.4. And so I kind of drafted up, you know, I talked to Tiffany yesterday, our CAO, and county council yesterday about, I don't know what to do. I'm going to ask for some very broad direction, and I kind of drafted something up so that we don't totally flounder like sometimes we do. And Kim has it, but we have a situation, and I think that we might have a couple situations in the county now, and it feels like it's here in our county now. Those predatory practices that we had been told about that weren't urgent now are. So I don't, you know, like I'm truly not, I don't know what the county can do. I'm floundering with this situation other than I'm being contacted. Hey, county, you guys say you want to, you know, help conserve affordable housing. What can you do? I don't know. So just, so you know, I have some very vague, broad board direction, and county council and CAO can help fine tune it. And the board, you know, if the board wants to go that direction, I don't even know, but I'm just letting you, making you aware. I have a situation, and I just have this really bad feeling. This is the start for our county, and I think there's going to be more. So, and I think other supervisors may have some other situations to kind of fill in what's happening in their district too.
Yeah, I just wanted to tack on to that. And I'm pretty sure you have some information you want to share as well, but just to kind of make the picture fuller. Many of us received from a veteran, all the Board of Supervisors received a notice from a veteran about the fact that he cannot afford the changes that are happening in the mobile home parks. But, you know, in addition to that, I've received 60 complaints. Many of these people are seniors. They are concerned about retaliation. So I'm not even comfortable saying the names of the parks, but given that I have so many, they represent a variety of parks in the area, mostly here on the West Slope. And I went and talked to our CAO about it when I first started receiving these. And she pointed me to the fact that at one point, the Board of Supervisors had a task, an ad hoc committee. Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Thomas were appointed to those. I think you guys kind of came up against a stone wall and felt that there wasn't a whole lot that we can do. But I'm seeing these people have leases with owners that have since changed hands. In their to their defense, they feel like they have a 20-year lease that says rents cannot go up more than 5% per year, and they're getting hit with 20% multiple times throughout the year.
Right.
So, I mean, we're talking, they show a history of what was going on in 2018, where they were paying $300 base rent. Most of that was inclusive of a lot of utilities. Now they're paying upwards of $795, and it doesn't include utilities. So when you tack on sewer, water, trash, they're paying well over $1,000. And in some cases, they're paying also, they used to pay the propane company directly for their propane use. Now these new owners have taken that over, and they're charging like $13 a gallon for propane, which is above the rate that they could get it directly through. So they're really getting gouged, and I feel like Supervisor Parlin, we have to do something, but I don't know what we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the big issues that I have an issue with, one of the ones in El Dorado Hills, And the rent space went up, to from like 900 to over 2,000. It was actually $2,022. And one of the thing is, after some phone calls and stuff, they reduced it down to 1122, but it's
That's
still
for new inhabitants, not existing.
John, wait a minute. Let me get
Okay.
this done. Let me
Okay.
speak my piece first.
Okay.
One of the biggest things, the problem is these people, even if they sell their mobile homes, you know what I mean? Who's going to pay that kind of rent space? That's the challenge we have. And what we have with these mobile home parks, basically, they are our affordable housing. So and the state's the one that regulates it. I thought we had something in place, but we don't, especially when it comes to rent control. It's based from the state of California as the one that actually sets that boundary and sets those goals. So I think we need to work on that, try to work and see if we can put something in place. And I guess we need to start engaging, especially our representatives from the state too, so we can change that policy. So I just care about these people, and that's one of the biggest issues that I have right now.
So let me kind of chime in here from the historical perspective. I think there is something we can do. It's called a rent control ordinance. We were reluctant to do it earlier on because we hadn't seen a large predatory type of situation. There was talk of it, but it seemed like through the management discussions and stuff, it was under control and things were operating pretty well. That's changed now, evidently, but we can move forward, I believe, with a space rent ordinance and control the costs. Many counties and cities have done that. So the question becomes, if we were to try to proceed with this, is there such a thing as an urgency ordinance for rent space price controls, I guess is what you'd call it? Is there an opportunity to, because if it goes through the normal ordinance process, we're going to be 6 months, a year, but is there an urgency ordinance thing that would be justified based upon the stress that people are having? I guess County Council, can you give us any guidance there?
Guidance that you probably won't appreciate, because my answer will be potentially, yes, that could be a path, but we haven't yet explored, what that would look like, how feasible that would be. Remember too, that when you adopt something as an urgency ordinance, you necessarily set the county on a path for prioritizing the subsequent permanent ordinance. So, these are all things that I think are good to discuss. And I believe what Supervisor Parlin may be proposing would be to provide some direction to begin this initial, kind of feasibility exploration with a time frame to come back to the board to have that more robust conversation. To Supervisor Heidal's point, the board did have a lengthy discussion of this back in 2018. The more recent action was in 2021 when the ad hoc committee was established. But in 2018, Planning and Building Department did present to you a fairly lengthy white paper outlining what your options may be for a rent stabilization ordinance, specifically directed to mobile home parks. I think what Supervisor Parlin is referencing might expand it to RV parks, which are regulated a little differently than mobile home parks. So I think a good starting point could be for my office to work with planning to essentially update that memo to provide you with an up-to-date account of what your options may be, because there have been fairly significant changes in some of the state laws governing residential tenancies.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point, because the state right now is really pushing for residential efforts and stuff. So maybe some of the new laws could help us for a change. That'd be awesome.
Potentially, in just some preliminary research, it does appear that some of the mobile home residencies fall outside the scope of some of the recent amendments to the Tenant Protection Act.
I know they're not.
But I think that would be the appropriate first step. I appreciate that still may not be quick enough for some of the concerns, but this is a pretty hefty area to get into. As Supervisor Heidel notes, when the board last considered this, there was a significant presence from the kind of the owner representatives. So it is, again, I think a hefty issue that I think we should at least take a little bit of time, maybe not much time, but some time to try to evaluate what the options may be.
Okay. Do you guys want to look at what I kind of drafted after we finish this then, or do it now while we're talking about it?
Actually, I'd like to see what you are considering, and then we can have a more meaningful discussion.
Let me add also, the Community Foundation agreed to kind of be the lead agency in all this, because the county, obviously, if we have to vote to impose rent controls, that's never a thing you do with easily with market conditions, because
you have to make sure that you aren't harming the owners to the point that they can't continue to operate and, you know, they go bankrupt or something. So it's always a balancing act. The Community Foundation, we felt, had the more global view and the ability to contact and work with that owner representative group of people. And I think that was effective for many years, but I kind of lost track what they were doing with the turnover and
Well, I
other
think
things that happened.
the Caldor fire and the, you know,
Yeah.
impacted that. And so once Mr. Roby left, it was under his purview that he was going to tackle that, and the Caldor fire kind of threw that by the wayside. So
Okay.
unfortunately, that didn't happen, but that's kind of where we landed. All right, so
Okay.
let's take a look at a Supervisor Parlin's
Okay, so I got
idea.
it, it's up on the screen that, and
Do you want to read it, Supervisor Parlin?
direct staff to explore what options county has to prevent predatory practices of mobile home and RV park owners that often lead to exorbitant rents that can drive residents out of their homes and end up homeless, and report back within, and I was trying to be reasonable. I mean, I'd like, you know, ASAP, but 60 days. Because I do know, I fully understand this is a quite broad thing to look at. And so I want to be mindful of that and be realistic, but at the same time, I have this other urgent thing going on, which, you know, we will not be able to take, I don't think, action as a county to help with the urgent thing, other than I'm engaged in that issue, just so everybody knows, and trying to help support the residents as best I can. But I just can't see the county pulling off something as an ordinance or anything that quickly.
that
That's
quick,
too
right.
big. But what do you think of something like this in this direction?
I'm going to weigh in. I appreciate your thoughtful approach to this, because I think, you know, I'm always reluctant to govern by crisis, and yet crisis, you know, issues come and surface to us that then demand attention. So it's a two-edged sword. It would seem like this work also would be just a natural part of the Affordable Housing Task Force, that it would be, as they're looking at what options we have to preserve affordable housing and to protect that in the county, which, as all of you have stated, our mobile home parks, and then our RV campground, which is not a mobile home park and it is governed in separately. I think that's important to recognize. It's under different jurisdictions, my understanding is, different laws, that it would be perhaps part of that package. Now, the 60 days, I think I'd want to know what departments will be affected by that. Are you looking at having them come back with an urgency ordinance, or more of a longer term? So, I mean, how fleshed out do you expect this to be in 60 days as far as?
Well, I just heard county council say he would update the white paper, which I don't remember reading recently, I'm sorry. But it would give us kind of options and explain things. Is that correct? And then
Kind of a toolbox that we could consider.
Yeah, exactly. And just for your benefit and the public's benefit, the white paper I'm discussing was attached to Legistar file 18-0513. That was from what's that date?
It was an excellent paper. It's been a while since I've read it, but it
that was in April of 2018. It was drafted by CJ Freeland with some assistance from the attorneys in my office. So I think that we would propose a similar approach to updating it as what went into drafting it. And that's a collaborative approach as between my department and plant.
And I also think in the meantime, I think it'll be really important for us to understand exactly what the issue is. You certainly brought a lot of issues forward that are very concerning. But in terms of your particular part, understanding what exactly is, you know, are they eviction notices? Are they violation notices? You know, what are the facts?
all of it.
What are the facts, not just the fears? No, you know, and so we know what to
And
address.
just so you know, I do want you to understand, I have copies of letters that have been given to the residents and tenants. So it's rate increases, and it's threat of eviction after an upcoming inspection, and increased park rules. It went from a 2-page park rule to 16. And they're very burdensome. So there's it feels like there's an intent behind this.
Okay, all right.
And that's why there's a bit of an urgency.
The other thing we'd heard is long-term leases. They want you to run a really extended lease period, and a lot of people don't want to commit to that, right? might not be here in 5 years. Why do I want to sign up for a team? That's one of the things we'd heard in the past. It's not universal, not everywhere.
Yeah.
But that was something.
It's complex.
County Council, what was that file number again? It was 18-05.
0513.
13, thanks. Okay.
So, should we table this discussion and walk through the matrix and then understand what would be affected if the board chooses to have the white paper refreshed and understand our toolbox of options?
Yeah, I think
That, does that make sense? Okay.
for now, yeah.
All right, so we'll put this on hold for just for now. Great discussion, and let's continue.
The wrong one, I apologize.
So where you kind of started, do you have another item under this category, item 5, affordable housing that you wanted to cover? Because I have a couple.
Okay.
That I
Oh,
want.
no, go for it. I mean, I'm totally
Okay.
supportive of the task force and we connected the Commission on Aging, I think, really well to that. And so that effort is very exciting and
Yeah.
we've been wanting to do that for a while. So yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I just wanted to acknowledge the public input that came from Housing El Dorado and from Diane Rabinowitz, who's the chair of NAMI. And in particular, Diane's letter to us says, I urge you to direct staff to include people with serious mental illness in the language describing the county's long, short range plans for affordable housing and to prioritize the development of affordable housing for people with special needs. So it's not just recognize it, it's give it special attention, right? To make sure that we have a very clear path of understanding of that particular group of people and their needs as being somewhat unique. And so how do we make sure that it isn't just part of a general composite, that we really have to focus some attention on how do we do those things? And with the club and some of the other things that are going on, I think there's some connectivity. And I know both organizations have been very active in interacting, discussing these things with the planning and building department. So I think this is happening. I just didn't want to lose sight of it since she emphasized it. And I guess my heart goes out in particular to those kind of people that through no fault of their own, just don't have the ability to do things typically. And so they need some additional assistance. So we don't want to forget them.
So I guess the question is, will the Affordable Housing Task Force also be, looking into different housing options for, all different
Special
types
groups,
of,
whatever. Yeah,
special
yeah,
groups, all
yeah.
different types of residents.
Yeah, we can certainly make sure that they take a look at that specific issue. And, maybe one where we may want to work with staff from HHSA who have a little more experience in that realm. I'm guessing they can probably help us better understand what those needs are. That's not something we typically deal with because we don't build affordable housing, right? We only enable others to build affordable housing. So I think that'd be a good topic of discussion. Absolutely.
How about incentives? We haven't really talked about that. Is there something the board should be thinking about relative to more incentives for affordable housing? Because we have programs right now for multifamily, but is there something there that we should be considering as part of this ordinance to further encourage affordable housing builders to come to El Dorado County?
Yes, we will be talking to the task force about that. And what we want to make sure is that there are incentives that will actually get used. I mean, we've been very successful with our TIF, offset program.
Yep.
People do use that. That does make a difference. What we don't want to do, and I do see it is it sounds good on paper, but then no one uses it. So part of it is making sure we're getting input from the development community, those that are actually building affordable housing, to say, will this benefit you? Would you take advantage of this? And come up with a menu of different things, because every project's different. So, some things may be more beneficial for certain projects than others, but we want to provide that menu of options.
Anything else?
No, that was the major ones I had on my list. It's the details. That's where I really got to review the draft when it comes out. Is what is the content, right?
I'll look forward to that. Any other comments on the affordable housing initiatives?
I would just like to throw out there that I think El Dorado County should take a look at what the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency recently came up with. I know we're going to talk about the Tahoe El Dorado area plan next. And that'll be a major discussion within our area plan. But they worked really hard at what are the incentives that would allow for an affordable housing project to pencil, which is why they don't get built, is because they don't pencil out. So I would just encourage you to not recreate the wheel if you don't have to.
The Tahoe Basin has made some really exciting improvements in that area, and you have exciting projects going on.
Yes,
you've
yeah,
done-
well,
done good work up there.
the really big project that we have going on right now in the basin was prior to these newly established Tahoe Regional Planning Agency incentives. But the way to make that project work was the local jurisdiction, which was the city of South Lake Tahoe. They put cash on the table to help build that project. Land was given by the state.
So the Sugar Pine Village?
Yes,
Yeah.
Sugar Pine Village. Federal grants, state grants that allowed that all to be. So it doesn't, it's not a local affordable housing project. It doesn't, anyone in the state of California, anyone in the United States can apply to live there because the grant funding came from the feds and from the state of California, which is a little bit frustrating when we're trying to build affordable housing and, you know, somebody qualified income wise that was living in Florida. That's a little bit rough, but we have to look at this. This is a big problem worldwide.
You know, one of the things that's going on right now through the United States is a lot of these small homes, not tiny homes, but small homes. And a lot of them are 1,250 square feet or less. And basically they're springing up all over in its communities. And I don't know, I know the county has a lot of property. And it's something we could bring forward, maybe to look at, to maybe design some small community to help affordable housing would be something we could look at. So I think it's a good idea. I mean, they're doing it all over right now throughout the United States. So,
Well, and especially if, to Supervisor Lane's point, if we could guarantee that our residents could live there.
right.
That's a big part of the concern with a lot of these projects is you know, they say the project applicant comes in and says, hey, this is going to be great for your community, but it's like, is it really? Is it just going to bring more people in rather than serve the folks that are already here? And that's this constant tension I think we keep finding. So that is kind of intriguing. And that's something the task force, I guess, could look at too, right?
Although, yeah, as you have alluded to, you know, we have a love-hate relationship with development in El Dorado County. And we often oppose, you know, affordable housing projects and those that are denser, which is how you get the affordability. And so we also have to be mindful of that if, you know, if we're going to put our money where our mouth is, we also have to make projects like that possible. So it's a complex situation. All right, sorry to
just
digress here.
mention briefly. So one of the folks that we plan to have on the task force, Mia Kang is her name. She was involved.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and helped build some of the affordable
She
housing
did.
in Tahoe, because I figure if you can build affordable housing in Tahoe, you can probably build it just about anywhere. So,
She is so knowledgeable. She will be a wonderful asset to that
we're
task force. That's
excited
wonderful.
she's agreed to that. And then
Excellent.
to just briefly mention, yes, county property, that'll be part of the task force to really scrub through what we own. We
Great.
know there's no easy parcels out there. There's no flat, unencumbered pieces of property that are just going to be super easy to build on. But I think what we need to do is go through what we have. And, you know, even if there's an existing building on it that's near the end of life or whatever the case may be, and start looking at what, you know, what are the challenges, you know, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and then sort of rank those properties of what we think would be easier to build and potentially use as an incentive, because yes, giving away land is definitely one incentive that we can do.
Yeah, so we have Spring Street, and we talk about it all the time and needing new facilities and stuff, but rebuilding for affordable housing might be something you could get federal and state funds for. It's not a bad location. The neighbors probably wouldn't like it, which is always the concern, but we have to think that way from the standpoint of what do we have and how could we repurpose it to make it effective. So the other thing I forgot to ask and introduce, and I need to, workforce housing. We talk about affordable housing. This is not just very low income housing. It's a whole spectrum of housing. And workforce housing is a very important part. The limitation I've seen is our mixed use guidelines are not conducive for the developers to, where they want to build mixed use along with their commercial projects. So I think we need to do a little bit of work there. I know I got a copy of objective design standards for mixed use from Placer County. It gets very, very detailed, but if we're trying to go to objective standards, those are the things we need to start reviewing and adopting and putting in place so the developer knows truly where they are and what they're capable, what they're going to get assistance in getting done versus everything is a one-off, right? I have a special, we need to make it more of a standard thing that they review to say, okay, I can effectively do mixed use in this commercial project.
Well, and going back to the item for the community design standards, one of the issues is to convert our mixed use guidelines into objective standards, both in the interim and in the long term, you know, so that we can do just that.
Okay.
And we're especially concentrating on horizontal mixed use, which is much
And vertical,
yeah, the interim design standards especially, which is much perhaps more palatable for builders to build.
Yeah, it should be their choice, what they, you know, what they think is the most cost-effective and supportive of what the community needs are. And I still think there's both, but the horizontals are more common.
The custom will come into the verticals.
But there's some work to be done there. It sounds like you've already taken that on, so that's good.
Well, yeah, we acknowledge that you have to kind of address both horizontal and sort of the main street traditional, but you know, some of our community areas don't lend themselves to one of, and so it may be a mix of, you know, of the two, but yeah, when we're talking mixed use to folks, we're generally getting comments about horizontal, and so that's a focus in a lot of areas, particularly in large commercial areas that are adjacent to multifamily and things like that. And with some of the new legislation allowing residential by right and commercial, you know, that's part of the reason we're those pieces.
Perfect.
Yep.
Good.
Okay.
Very good.
So the next two items I'm gonna highlight, but we certainly have Thea here from our Tahoe office, and as we talk about staffing, you know, there's you know, we have a new way that we're structured in our planning and building department, where we have the Tahoe Planning and Building Division, and so you know, we've incorporated on this work plan specifically more Tahoe centric, I'll call it, projects, and those are going to be carried out by our folks in our Tahoe offices, so you get that sort of local perspective on those activities. And so if there are comments and questions, I might have to defer to Thea, but number 6 being the Tahoe El Dorado Area Plan, commonly referred to as TED. You know, this is a jurisdictional wide area plan for the entire county within the Tahoe Basin to further integrate with the general plan and other things. And so, you know, I think we're just for the first time bringing sort of some of those Tahoe centric pieces to the work plan, acknowledging while they're being done by separate divisions, if you will, they're part of our long range planning scheme for our entire department. And again, incorporate a lot of other departments and outside agencies, depending on where you're located, that certain folks in our offices have connections with and better relationships with. And so I think this is the type of project you may not be successful with if you're working on the West Slope, you know, and you really need that Tahoe piece to it. Questions, comments on that? Okay, and then the number 7 is the Tahoe Commodities Incentives and Affordable Housing, affordable/workforce housing projects. And I think that to explore providing a mechanism that we could use the county's banked commodities, development rights and coverage, et cetera, up in the Tahoe Basin to incentivize affordable and workforce housing. And so, you know, those are commodities we don't really deal with down in the West Slope. And so they're very specific to the Tahoe Basin, but they are commodities, they have real value, and they can be an incentive for potentially for exploring some of these opportunities for affordable and workforce. Okay. Next is number 8. It has a couple subcomponents. It is the zoning ordinance. We're calling them a major update because it's really taking on sort of whole chapters, if you will, of the zoning ordinance. The first being the communication facilities. That one is currently being teed up for a workshop to your board. We have one of the pieces that we're working on to make sure that we've kind of checked that box in advance of coming to your board is we have a meeting with industry partners, particularly since we've had a lot of items, quite frankly, at the Planning Commission that have gone a lot of different ways, and there's been a lot of concern about telecommunication facilities, our 5-year reviews, et cetera. And so we are trying to get that discussion with the folks out there in the industry to get their perspective on our upcoming ordinance, how it may or may not work for them. And so, we get a lot of public comment and things like that, and we get regular comment from certain individuals. We're certainly taking that into account, but we also wanted to have this sort of industry specific meeting so we can understand their concerns and potentially incorporate as applicable before we bring forward to your board.
When are we anticipating that workshop?
Let's see, I believe we're anticipating it to be completed in the winter. So I think it's coming up very soon. I don't have it directly.
The next couple of months?
Yes, next
Okay,
couple months.
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then it would go back to the Planning Commission for formal recommendation to your board. But that is the piece that's sort of furthest ahead, I'll say.
Okay, and then along those lines with, so I had a meeting with, one of the providers, I can't remember, of cell towers, and they had mentioned to me, and I had never heard of that before, I guess, is some jurisdictions have it in an ordinance. I'm not sure which ordinance though, but when you're doing a subdivision, and you're getting to planning the subdivision and intended map part and stuff, that you build in the cell tower locations in that process early and ahead, because then you're not trying to plug it in later and figure it out, which is what's happening in one of them that's going to be coming to the board, actually. And so I didn't know, is that going to be incorporated into this ordinance and effort, or does that go somewhere else in the subdivision kind of process? You know what I mean?
Quite frankly, we're exploring it. It may be that the wireless makes mention of it, but it's kind of, we'd have to incorporate it into our subdivision
That's what I'm
requirements
thinking.
as well, that, if you're of a certain size, you would have to provide. We're also, quite frankly, considering it in some of our development agreement negotiations as terms from the county, with the idea being that you would, although you may not know the very specific site, that, these are the areas in which there's a high likelihood of having cellular service, because if those projects were to be approved and we build these pretty sizable communities, we have none of that infrastructure. And so it's certainly on our radar, and we're working on a couple different fronts on that.
Okay.
And so we're trying to evaluate how much of that belongs in this piece, or how much of that belongs in maybe our requirements for a subdivision and other.
And that totally makes sense that maybe this one just references that it's elsewhere, so that at least it's, connected. But I thought that was a really good point, that, why not get those done early when you're planning community, so you don't have a battle later of where you're going to place it. Because
And quite frankly, we asked some of those folks, how are you doing this in other communities? Because the planning division struggles to bring those items after the fact to the Planning Commission, and we have a lot of difficult discussions with new developments and existing residents and all of that sort of stuff, or even new developments where folks that have just moved in don't necessarily want it. And
Good point. Do it early.
Is there a part of the draft EIR process that looks at infrastructure needs and stuff that would allow us to start looking at some of the larger proposed subdivision? Is there an ideal location? You'd have to talk to some of the service providers, because not every location works. And you have to look at the line of sight already of towers and what's their capacity, because you don't want more than you need, right? Because they are eyesores. So is there a way of bringing that into a draft EIR evaluation? Because I've not seen that yet.
I'd have to consider that. I mean, historically, it was the traditional services like landlines and power and water.
That's all changing. Times have changed. That's true.
And so I don't know if that's in the CEQA guidelines, CEQA sections related to utilities yet, but it would certainly, again, on our radar, just to try to get a little bit of, particularly for the larger, there might be a threshold. You don't look at it if it's this.
So many
level
units.
20 homes, you don't need to.
But the tower's a lease, so somebody bought the property, there's a financial value in that. If it's a designated lot, all those kinds of things. I don't want to live there, but somebody else might want to have the lot, because the revenue is a revenue stream, right? They're going to pay you monthly lease. And if it's a relatively small lot.
And there's a piece of it that you have to connect those service providers who have historically not worked with subdividers and try to get them, working together in an early fashion, because, that takes some outside coordination as well, to either, they won't be able to identify exactly probably the site and the height because they don't, without knowing the subdivision. So there's a lot to it, but we're certainly trying to embark on trying to do a better job of that piece.
That's great.
And
Good.
it's not just subdivisions. People are putting them in their backyards. In fact, there's one that's a cell tower is right behind this person's garage.
Well, that's the wireless
And that's one of
communication
the things, yeah. And that's
ordinance
some
in
of the things
general,
that we
right?
need.
But this piece that we've acknowledged that we're missing is sort of this.
How do you plan
future look.
ahead? Yeah, exactly.
So when everybody buys a house, they know that's where the tower is going to be, right? And
Exactly. And the revenue stream could maybe even go to an HOA or something. So whatever.
More to
But
come on
yeah,
that. So
there's
good.
something
We'll
a
look
lot
forward
to
to that.
explore. Yeah.
We'll look forward to that discussion next, over the next couple of months.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And then, and we did the workshop on all the standards. I think the signs, still doing some work there. The oak resource conservation piece, one of the updates for that is that we've, based on feedback we've gotten, we're working with OWOPR and the Fire Safe Councils, and we've gotten some input from them, particularly how it integrates
Yeah.
with them. And so I think we're trying to do a better job of integrating those ordinances and the considerations from Fire Safe. We acknowledge the concern about insurance and other
Yeah,
things.
thank
And so
you,
those
Mark.
are the pieces we're trying to work on before we finalize that and make sure that we've got that. One of the conflicts there is sort of the fire safe areas and then, okay, what happens outside of that and whether we can, if an insurance company wants to do things that are outside the designated fire safe area, how do we deal with that? And so, we're
I think
working
that's
on
the
that
biggest
piece.
issue with the insurance companies are making sure the oak trees are removed within 5 or 10 feet from these homes. And then it's got to go through the process and they only got a certain amount of time to do it. And if they don't do it within a certain time, they lose their insurance. So.
Understood.
That's
Yeah,
one of the
we
big
know that's
issues that
a
I've been
big piece
faced
of
with.
that. And so, we're trying, the previous ordinance had things like a fire safe plan if you were subject to that, but we're expanding that to sort of the fire safe regulations and other things. And so if you're within that fire safe boundary, I think, our intent is to make it easier for folks. But if you're outside of that, we're still working on how to deal with that.
Makes sense.
so I do have a constituent that has had an issue for 2 or 3 years now, that's trying to build, but it's a unique lot. There can only be one septic system. Yet when they go to planning, they're told they're going to have to pay all these fees to remove the oak trees because you could build multiple structures on a 0.89 acre parcel. And I've talked to Karen about it in the past. It just makes no sense. But we're interpreting it as the absolute worst case. Somehow in this ordinance, we need to provide reasonableness in terms of, is there a high probability of this or not? And in her particular case, everything I've read is you can't do more than one structure. It's limited by where it is. It's a septic system. You can't tie into sewer unless something happens that's unique. And that probably is many, many years old. So we need to address some of those nuances that have been discovered to make sure that they don't get overlooked.
Yeah, one of the key components of that is sort of what I'll call the exceptions to the exemptions. So you have the exemptions in the oak
Okay.
resources, right? So you have, it says you can use all these exemptions except if it's this type of tree or this type of, and one of those exemptions is if it cannot be further subdivided, that it's exempt. But if your lot size is and your zoning, if you're 0.8 acres and you've got a R1 zoning that allows 7,000 square foot, it doesn't jive. So that is one of the key focuses is to, how we implement those ordinance exemptions. What are the requirements of that for an applicant to provide to prove that, one of the things that's been difficult is if you're going to use an exemption, you have to sort of prove that it's not any one of those things. Well, the only folks that are able to do that is an arborist, a registered forester, or a biologist. So, a member of the public can't say, oh, that's tree is not, they need that evidence and it's not clear what they need to produce. And there's costs involved with that, right? So we're looking at those pieces really closely.
Excellent. Okay, good.
All right.
The nuance section.
Yeah. Exceptions to the exceptions to the rules.
Nothing's easy, is it?
No.
So number 9 is the ecological preserve fee update. And so we have a to be determined on that. We're working on that, but we're evaluating how best to proceed. And so, that one is sort of in a bit of a stall pattern, but it's still on the list and we still acknowledge that there's work to do there. Number 10 is the Texas Hill EID Reservoir.
Well,
parcel.
I do have one go
please go
back.
ahead.
I was kind of the Cameron Park sign standards. What is unique about that as opposed to El Dorado Hills or Shingle Springs, or why is it so unique as opposed to the sign standards?
So the community of Cameron Park and the Cameron Park Design Review Committee
Yes.
is the one that sort of initiated that originally. They wanted their own set of standards for their own area. I believe they submitted, and I don't, I believe they submitted a draft to us that we evaluated. We've been working with them over time. They want for their community region, specific sign standards. And so the intent there is, the direction we were given is sign standards for the community, and to the extent we can, providing sign standards for that Cameron Park community, because it's been brought forward from the design review committee that looks at design review for a variety of things within Cameron Park.
So like design standards for communities, is there a benefit to other communities to understand what's in the Cameron Park proposal that could be put in the normal sign ordinance? I always like to consolidate things. Why do we have all these special groups doing special things? I recognize the empowerment to do it, but does that mean every community that wants a unique design standard has to have a design review committee that's approved by the board? I think it goes the wrong direction.
I think that,
So I'm gonna just interject a wee bit here, because I was part of back in 2014 when the county updated its sign ordinance. So
yeah,
I'm doing this way too long. But anyway, and Cameron Park came in at that time and suggested some things that they wanted for their community. At that time, the county said, no, we're just doing this one.
Okay.
Right. And I will say that in my mind, I thought some of the things that were being proposed in the Cameron Park design standards were actually very nice and could have been applied, like you're saying, countywide. Because I think they had concerns about, the freeway signs and things like that, just, we don't do that anymore. And, everybody's on their phones and stuff. So there was things in there that, quite honestly, I think should be looked at for the county as a whole. This has been going on for so long, I've lost track of, because at one point I thought we were going to do that and not do them separate, but I don't know, this has been going on for a long time. And so I don't recall exactly how we got here to this point. And what are we doing, honestly, with letter B, signs? What's being updated in there? I've lost track of that even.
well, so we did the workshop for all of the items. We are moving forward with the communication facilities because it's sort of the most teed up and ready to go. We are continuing to work on those other items, and they will be brought forward to the Planning Commission and to your Board of Supervisors. I think there'll be a board workshop on that to take comments and feedback.
Okay.
And so I think, my understanding was that, there was, when the sign ordinance came out, we went from like a 2-page sign ordinance to 40-page sign ordinance. There was a lot of multiple sections to look at. So there's some cleanup that's kind of happening, but also, if there's something that we see in the Cameron Park design standards, it has to really be appropriate to the whole of the county to be in the countywide standard. So if there's something, my understanding was they had specific things they wanted to see in their area. And while some of those may make sense to the larger community, some of them may not. And so it was, it's been, quite frankly, as you identified, on the list for a long time. And so it's been sort of in the process, but there hasn't, to my knowledge, been a want from the Cameron Park Design Review Committee to not have a specific sign standard for their community. So I can check back in with staff and provide you a better update. I apologize, I don't. We also have staff online if we need a specific answer.
Kind of piggybacking on this too, I also see that perhaps signage is a next phase when we get to community design standards and customizing those to communities. Because once we have those once we have that community input from each of our different community regions, then we'll be able to identify what themes, architectural themes emerge from and resonate with our communities. And then you can kind of know if and where to go with signage.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In my recollection was some of the things that were kind of appealing to have countywide were more like height things and stuff. We just don't need big old things in the sky anymore with everybody being mobile and all these things. And it wasn't so much the aesthetic, the design to match kind of thing. It was more height and sizes and things like that.
Regulatory, not aesthetic.
And to minimize the, quite honestly, sign blight. So that's my recollection. Like I said, it's been years, well, now a decade since we really first talked about that. So I'm just wondering if maybe we could take some of the regulatory more things, look at them from Cameron Park and see if we want to incorporate them into the whole county one perhaps. And then if they want to do some aesthetic things, that could be more in their design standards that are coming up when we customize, perhaps, you know, do it that way. I don't know. It just, this one just keeps getting lost in the
Well,
shuffle.
and one of the pieces too is there's been case law and other things related to signage that we have to make sure that we're
right
appropriately addressing, and you know, and so there's that piece to make sure that we're capturing as well.
And then I'll just go to the big ugly. We really wanted to get rid of some of those billboards on Highway 50 that we said we could amortize. And
Scenic corridor though?
Yeah.
well, and I've been told there's case law. You know, those billboards are so annoying. I can't even tell you. So if there's an opportunity that some case law has changed on that, it'd be great to amortize at least the most offensive one. There's one that's exceptionally offensive. If we could get rid of one, I think it'd be a big win for everyone. But that was something we talked about in 2014.
So the other one that comes to mind is Costco, we think has already asked for a variance to the sign ordinance. They haven't formally resubmitted the project, but we need to consider, is the time, do we need to focus on specific locations that might exceed the normal ordinance or not, right?
We've had feedback from large commercial developers that our sign ordinance was very restrictive in overall allowances. And so
And there was a
is
reason
something
for
that
that,
we're
but-
looking at.
Yeah.
With the passage of time, sometimes you have to give consideration to unique categories, and maybe it doesn't apply, but I certainly want to think about it.
We've also gotten feedback from El Dorado Hills Community Services District as an example that we don't necessarily address. I think they submitted a comment at the workshop at the Planning
Yes,
Commission.
yeah.
You know, sort of that community sign, you know, that they would like to
Signboards
have
that
on
are
El Dorado
interactive,
Hills,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
And so there's a few of those examples that are a little bit one-offish that we're evaluating as well.
Okay.
I would be reluctant to expand the scope on any of these right now, though.
Yeah.
Especially if we're talking about perhaps looking at really digging into the affordable housing initiatives, which seem to be a priority from, you know, across the board. So I think just, we just need to caution
Well, I
ourselves
think
here.
that's why we were trying to figure out if we can consolidate it perhaps or something, but I don't know how much, that would be more work than on the path we're on.
Probably
Yeah.
better to stay the course on this to finish this and then expand it later. That's
We've definitely heard your comments, and I'll go back to staff and discuss the potential and where we're at.
okay, great. Good. Okay, great. All right, so we're on number 10, are we?
Yeah, number 10, the Texas Hill EID Reservoir Parcel Rezones and General Plan Amendment. And on that one, I'd like to acknowledge that, you know, we've heard some public comment recently about that. Certainly, I think we held a notice of preparation public workshop. We got a lot of feedback from that, which is good. Not all of it was in support of this project, but there was a lot of concern that we weren't, you know, that they didn't have all the, you know, the information and all of the, I think you've heard some public comments about, you know, where's all the analysis? Well, the notice of preparation is just that first piece to say, we're going to embark on doing a draft EIR. And so that's the piece where all that analysis will be. And so for anyone that might be listening on that one, there's certainly going to be a lot of information, both within the administrative draft or the draft EIR and the appendices that support that. But, you know, that the notice of preparation is just that. It's letting folks know that we're going to prepare an EIR. It's letting folks know, you know, give the, and quite frankly, responsible agencies the opportunity to tell us if we're not considering something we should be, if we're missing something, things we should be focusing on. And so really it is to try to get some of that initial feedback so that when we embark on the draft EIR, we're addressing all the appropriate pieces. You know, this item is one where the general plan was open space for a long time, but the zoning in the area was, I think, RE10 for largely a lot of it. In the 2015 exercise, it became recreational facilities, which then made the homeowners, particularly in that area, their houses, existing non-conforming scenarios. And so we got a lot of feedback a few years back that folks would try to come in and build a garage and it was an expansion to a non-conforming use and they'd have to do a conditional use permit. And so we were directed to go evaluate the county properties, you know, through that exercise and the discussions with the EID, acknowledging that this was the reservoir and that was area, and that's why the open space was there, that they don't have an intent to build that reservoir. And so we're trying to address what to do with those properties. Our initial, I would say guidance was to, convert it back to a more developable scenario, but there may be opportunity to look at it a little more closely and see if there are areas that should stay open space and not. And so that's what we're embarking upon.
Okay.
All right.
This number 11 is kind of a continuing project. We have it ongoing. This is as staff and others try to identify or, are working with our zoning ordinance or finding potential issues that we go and correct them. I mean, some of those have led to, the major updates when there's enough there that we have to like hit a whole section. But this is kind of, staff in their daily dealings, either on projects or with the public, they say, hey, we've got this section that isn't making sense. And so we need to do something about it. We have a whole laundry list of things in there. We're trying to see which ones we can take and what makes sense and, and chip away at it. But we hope to get in a place where we're annually bringing, updates. It also includes director interpretations. We have an obligation to bring director interpretations back to your board. So if we've made a formal interpretation on an item that wasn't clear, that we implement those within the ordinance. And so that is that piece.
Is this something that's ever going to go away? Aren't we always going to have ongoing?
No, it will never go away. Yeah, it'll always be on there.
Yeah.
It's something that we should actively keep track of.
Yeah.
Well, quite frankly, hopefully at some point we narrow down the scope of it and we don't have so many. But even as we get to number 16, we talk about general plan update. The next piece of that is a zoning ordinance update, right? And then trying to make it consistent with the general plan. And then 2 years from that, you find out, hey, we missed a couple things here or there. And so, I would say it probably never goes off the list.
Okay, I understand.
Number 12 is the scenic corridor ordinance. That is a project that has been initiated and we have staff dedicated to that. I know it's been long in the general, it's a general plan policy to create one. It's been on the list or on the back burner for a long time. And so we're really trying to get that one moving forward. And so we are happy to be making some progress. We had a resolution of intent that we brought to your board recently. And so, we have initiated that project. The cultural resource ordinance, quite frankly, is in the same place that the scenic corridor ordinance was last year, where it's on the list. We acknowledge that it's a requirement to do in the general plan, but to date, we have not dedicated, necessarily funding in our budget or staffing to do so, but we know that it needs to happen and we'll continue to keep considering that as we have discussions about the general plan update and how we might do so. But cultural resources is a big topic. There's been a lot of change related to it, particularly in the CEQA realm in the last few years. And so, we're going to have to make sure that that all marries up.
Well, with the state requirements, the tribal reviews, all the things that are happening, is there really the same need as back in 2004 when I don't see it the same. I see it as a very prescriptive, constrained thing that we do at the county compared to what state law has done in the interim.
I think there's a lot of agreed. I think there's a lot of definitions on cultural resources versus tribal cultural resources, which is sort of that new CEQA component.
Yes.
The preservation of cultural resources is not really addressed other than to say create an ordinance. So that would be part of our evaluation, is what components still need to move forward and what have been captured in other legislation.
So with the TBD, any reasonable expectation? Are we talking another 10 years? I mean, where do we think we can get to that? Because I understood it was about 90% done, and then it got abandoned, and whatever.
I guess for this work plan, this is in the next year, and so we don't intend to, based on this work plan, initiate that project in the next fiscal year.
Okay, all right.
But comment noted, and we can try to maybe bring forward a better expectation. But for this work plan, based on our staffing and the amount of work that we have to do, it just wasn't one that we thought we could initiate. But we left it on the list because we know it's been out there. It needs to be addressed, and we need to, have an action one way or the other.
Okay, I understand.
Number 14, Kirkwood specific plan. That one is again sort of going to be handled by our Tahoe staff. There was some interest in creating a Kirkwood specific plan, or at least adopting the one that was prepared with some updates. I think there's possible adoption and amendment, but I think it was, initiated or at least started back in the discussion with a private developer that wants to do some things up there and wants to, modify maybe the specific plan and some of the information within there. And so it's to be determined, because I don't know, and again, Brendan would probably, or maybe even Thea, have a better, if you have questions, idea of where that exactly lands. But I know it's kind of on the periphery. And so I think the deputy in Tahoe, Brendan Ferry, is trying to be mindful of that. And maybe he knows that it's not as far off as maybe it seems. Number 15 is an interesting one, called sustainability plan, but it really has to do with greenhouse gas emissions and resiliency long term. This is an effort that we're trying to look at in conjunction with the Air Quality Management District, working with RENA. And so, I think as GHGs have become more important in the CEQA realm and in the project realm, the mitigations and things and strategies that are out there to address it. If you don't have localized programs, there's opportunities to miss out on things. And so it's kind of in that realm of trying to put together a program so we can address and, probably create thresholds if appropriate within our own local community, but also address how we're going to deal with greenhouse gas mitigations and other things in the long term. So, it's kind of in its inception, if you will. And so, I don't have a lot of detail, but we're sort of, we acknowledge that it needs to be, we need to start working on it. We're having conversations and upcoming meetings with Air Quality Management District. And so more to follow. But, the next time we come back, we might have a better and more formalized plan of what we're going to do. But right now we're sort of exploring all the nuance to that.
You just answered my questions, because it's not state mandated, it's not a general plan requirement, and we have a lot of things on our list. And so I was wondering, why were we addressing this, and where was Air Quality Management District in it? And so thank you for helping clarify that, what the opportunities are. And so am I correct in understanding that it would be Air Quality Management District that would take the lead on this for the most part in coordination?
I think we're having initial discussions.
Okay.
We're really like trying to figure out what it looks like, what's all involved, who would take this and that. And so
is the
we're gonna
benefit worth the
participate and
effort?
be at the table.
Right.
But right now we haven't necessarily taken the lead or any of that type of thing.
Okay. Thank you.
So is that discussion got into biomass and CO2 sequestration and some of the things that are
discussion,
the
quite frankly,
technologies?
hasn't happened yet. So
okay.
it's scheduled.
Because there's a lot of new technologies being applied.
Yeah. So I don't know the overall scope and the realm. Like I said, I know that there's a few pieces in the planning division that we're particularly interested in, and so we're trying to partner and have reached out. And so really, it's just sort of
initial discussions,
few months or weeks,
Okay.
kind of
All right.
started. And so since we're going to be working on it, and it's one of those that we're not quite sure who will take the lead on it. There's a lot of other ones, little scenarios that we're working on, thresholds for evaluations with folks that. So we partner with a lot of different departments, as Karen mentioned earlier, and agencies that may not even make the work plan, but that one might be significant enough to where we wanted to at least acknowledge it.
Right.
Hey,
Thank you.
Rob, can that have a different name or something more meaningful, please? I just went sustainability.
Right.
That's just, we use
Of
that a lot. Yeah. I mean, is it air quality sustainability or just something to make it a little bit more identifiable when we do talk about this?
Yes.
That'd be cool.
We can better brand it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just something like, I was like, oh.
Okay.
Before we start talking about general plan update, I do want to mention again, you talking about help. Most of our long range planning items obviously include ordinance updates. All of that has to be reviewed by county council. Kayanna is our person that does that. And I just want to say thank you to her. We bombard her all the time. And of course, everything's always a rush. And she is so gracious in helping us out and making sure we're preparing our ordinances to be legally defendable. So I just wanted to mention that before we get into general plan. And we've talked about it already quite a bit, but our recommendation, and this is based on feedback we've received, but if there's additional feedback, is to take a deeper dive when we do the next 5-year general plan update and really give more detail to what a general plan update would look like, how much it would cost, what is the timing, what are the elements that we would update, how deeply would we get into individual elements, Obviously, we've just updated the safety element, so likely something like that's just going to take some minor tweaks. Whereas, we're really talking about looking at the land use and the circulation transportation elements. Those are going to be big efforts. We also heard from the board was we don't necessarily want to start from scratch. We're not throwing out this general plan. We're still using the current general plan as a basis and taking out the things we've accomplished or that are no longer relevant and adding in new things and new realities that we face. So waiting a couple of years will also allow us to get a gauge on how much we have collected through a relatively new fee, which is dedicated towards general plan update. That's just been collected since the beginning of the year. So, we'll have a little bit more money that we can allocate towards this effort because it is definitely not an inexpensive effort. It's a lot of resources, money. Certainly we'll have a help in this regard. It won't be completely staff driven, but the other nice benefit of waiting a couple of years is a lot of these things that we've just talked about will be completed or close to being completed, and we will have our staff available to work on this because it'll be an all hands effort. Everybody in long range planning is going to have to help out if we undertake a general plan update, and probably even other staff as well.
Any comments on that one?
Yeah, so my disappointment, I guess, is the estimate of 3 to 5 years after we complete the 5-year general plan, which is the first half of 2026, which means at the earliest, you might see it the first half of 2029. Is that the way I read this? That just seems like an eternity away. Given the fact we're using the current general plan and we're making mods and stuff, it just seems like an awful long time.
So I guess, to clarify, so, when we come back in a couple of years, if we agree at that time, yes, let's start this effort. The first step is going to be creating requests for proposals or qualifications to get some consultants on board. But, we would start that effort. That's would be the initial effort. We would start that outreach. It just takes a lot of community outreach when you're doing a general plan update. So that 3 to 5 years, that's us out in the community, gathering feedback, gathering information, putting together drafts of the elements and vetting those with, the community, vetting those with planning commission and the board as well. So.
As the statement says, staff recommends this project begin upon completion of the next 5-year general plan in the first half of 2026. If I read the top, it says it's estimated to take 3 to 5 years. So again, it just seems like 2029 at the earliest is an awful long ways down the road.
To be completely done though.
Yeah.
By then.
But it's 3 to 5.
Yeah, I believe the last targeted update started somewhere in the realm of 2012 and we finished in 2015, and that was a targeted one. I think, we really are trying to have some money in the coffer so we can initiate it. We do have the RFQ piece and the contracts piece that we have to go through in advance of working on it. Not to say that we might have all that teed up when that, comes forward, but yeah, it is a long time.
And I know, but it makes sense if you stop and think about it, because this next 5-year review is going to have a lot of cleanup, like you said. So that'll, because that was a lot of it. Some of those things are hard to read right now because they're just so
clear in the deck.
They're just so old and don't make any sense at all. So when we have the cleaned up version, plus we'll get input on, what we'll want to keep versus what's our problem areas that we really do need to update. So, maybe it won't be as horrible as it, because we're not starting from scratch. There's no way that I don't think El Dorado County can handle that.
Right.
That would just be nice. But
10 years.
Yeah,
True.
that'll probably be a 20-year battle
Okay,
if we try. But I mean, just have to keep it real, and we do want it to be an inclusive, thoughtful process, and those do take time. If you do it well, they do take time, but you'll get a better product in the end. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
it makes sense based on our last experience.
And there's value from starting with a cleaner slate. Yeah, to
Well,
build on.
Absolutely.
And also, I would just like to add, it then becomes our plan for the next 20 or so
Right.
years, right? So it's
Yeah.
got a lot of longevity on
Yeah.
it. And there are elements that, we're very used to, kind of being the shepherd of the general plan or the updates, but there are a lot of elements that planning, quite frankly, isn't necessarily the lead on. So there's going to be a lot of partnerships with other groups. And so we've got to get them teed up for that too, right? I mean, there's going to be a lot of other departments that are going to have to engage. We got to make sure that they have staffing and folks available to assist, because all of the elements aren't necessarily in the planning.
A lot of coordination. Okay,
All right.
true. Good discussion. All right, so that brings us to the end of our matrix. So at this point, Rob and Karen, what do you need from the board?
Any additional feedback, and I think in particular, the general plan piece is a new addition. So just confirmation that you want us to add that to the list.
And the general plan, once again, just follows the timeline that is laid out here by staff. So I guess my question is that the timeline that you've laid out on this general plan, I think you just answered it, but I just want to make sure that you can accomplish that 5-plan review and that 5-year review and update in the timeline laid out with these other initiatives in place? Or are you looking to us to say, to set others aside? What do you need
Or
from
more
us?
resource
Or,
requirements.
yeah,
What
right.
does it
So what
take
do
to
you,
get there?
what do you need? And additionally, I'm going to piggyback on that. As I look down this list, I see that there are 7 items that have a spring 2025 deadline or completion date, which is around the corner. So is this matrix realistic? And especially if we are talking about adding more robust initiatives and exploration within the affordable housing, ordinance and task force. What do you need from us?
Resource wise, as the board, knows, we're actually losing our planning manager for long range planning. And so we're going to, try and address that immediately short term, and then, of course, fill that position permanently as well. But the staff that we have is, I think we are soon going to be sitting down with the entire long range planning staff, because we've talked about pushing up like the design guidelines, for example, or design standards, and making sure they understand, we need to focus on that. We've already started having conversations about allocating staff to which projects and kind of mixing things up from what they have been, but making sure we're not taking away from anything, because, as example, the Tahoe El Dorado area plan, that still is important. We've got grant funding associated with that. You don't ever want to lose that grant funding. So that's got to keep on track. So I guess, the answer really is, I think we are good at the moment, but I think I'm going to have a better sense of that even just within a few months, as we've sort of reshuffled the deck, if you will. So it may be when we come back with, budget in September, October, I might have a little bit better sense if we need some assistance. But, I'm dedicating some of my time to these efforts. Rob is dedicating some of his time. The nice thing is, Rob has always had to focus so much on our discretionary planning side. And now with Andy at the helm, that is
wonderful.
Not taking up so much of his time. So we do have some time and that we can dedicate to this effort as well.
Okay.
And we still have, for example, we're still recruiting for one more senior planner that would be in the economic development area. If we can fill that position, that might be one we can temporarily have that person help with some of these efforts. We do have people that we can shuffle around where we need them.
Right. So Chair, I'm wondering would it be, given what Karen just said, would it be appropriate for us to actually ask for an update on just after she goes and re-talks with staff, instead of maybe an update, but an actual, just give us an update and confirm these dates for us, or let us know that some of them need to change, because that way
Right.
we won't be wondering.
With your recommendations on what
Yeah.
you would change, and perhaps it's a memo to the board in a consent item.
That would work fine. It's just, as long
Would
as
that
it,
work?
but it makes sense. It's related to the budget item in case you need resources.
Or
Great idea.
or as part of the budget.
Yeah.
It
could
could
just-
be part of the budget process. I think we
And it
leave
could be
that
a
up to staff
quick-
to
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
which
Right.
mechanism you use, but that's a good idea.
I like that.
And that gives you a chance, I mean, I appreciate the discussion, especially about the signs and how that really
Right.
relates to the design standards. And so I want to take a look at that with that in mind and see, okay, is there, way we can either combine these or do something simpler with signs now, knowing it's going to be readdressed. So yes, thank you for that feedback.
No,
Right. And so, yeah, we definitely want your recommendations because we want this a workable plan. We don't, we've always had a lot of priorities. This board has a lot
Always.
of needs that we are addressing in
And
our
we're not done yet,
communities.
right?
And we're
Could be
not,
more.
exactly. But I think we all want to be very cognizant that this needs to be doable within the resources that we have. And just let us know, if like this affordable housing initiatives, if that service is a priority for board, what do you recommend we adjust as far as timing in order to make that possible?
Yeah, and if you need additional staff, let us know. Okay, to get these projects done.
Or
We'll work through it.
contract work or.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah. But
Which
that
is
also has
why,
budget
yeah.
implications too, so.
Yeah.
But the other thing we mentioned with consultants, you really have to manage your consultants and make sure they stay on track, because affordable housing unit program can just slip slide away if you don't stay engaged in that particular monitoring process, right?
And we acknowledge that comment. I mean, that's long-range planning. It's heavily, we work with consultants on almost all of the projects, not all, but a lot of them. And so that is one of the pieces that we really want to sharpen our pencil on, is that project management piece, and helping our staff be, maybe more aggressive, or, just helping them have the tools and the skills to not only work on a project, but work with a consultant on a project.
Excellent.
I'd also like to go to CAO's office. Do you have any recommendations on this item?
I appreciate the conversation, but I would ask that for the general plan update, could we memorialize that? What I heard was that, it would commence after the general plan 5-year review, and with that anticipated completion date, just because we're losing 2 of you. This
Good
is a
idea.
huge effort, lengthy effort. It will cost a lot of money, and so I just would like some clear direction to
Right.
planning as to when.
That's a great idea. Once again, what was your wording on that, Tiffany?
Oh,
Generally?
geez, really?
Yes.
I think it was upon completion of the general plan 5-year review, that commencement would start upon completion.
To be commenced. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's what I was looking
yeah.
for.
Yeah.
On completion. Okay, great. That's an important thing to memorialize.
And then we just need the final sort of direction on, what Supervisor Parlin brought up. in that.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
Kim
I-
can bring that back up so we can have one last look at it and see if everybody's comfy with it. I
At this
tried
point,
to
I'd like
make
to
it
take public
easy.
comment on this,
That's
and then
good
we will
point.
bring it back.
Oh, the
Perfect.
public.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see what the public has to say about this.
standing in line
And then
to
we'll bring it
comment
back.
on
I know. Is there anybody on Zoom? I don't have Zoom
One.
on.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Just pop in.
Now taking public comment on item number 37, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Yesterday at the Taxpayers Association meeting, we had a CEO was our speaker, and she gave state of the county, and we had 6 questions that we discussed, and she did an excellent job. If you want to watch it, you can go to our Facebook page, and that's streaming right now and getting some attention. Why is that important? We are burdened with this work plan. What I mean by that, we're burdened with it. It's like a governor or a throttle. It suppresses our ability to go forward. And what I mean is, if we took a snapshot of this, let's say a couple of years ago, and then took a snapshot of right now, there's really not been much change. 2 years was just not very much time. So as a throttle or governor, if we had all of this done right now, we'd be moving growth, everything that we have in our community would be functioning at a higher level because all of this has been done. All of the plan had been completed. But because we don't have the plan completed, they're burdened by it not being completed. So therefore, on a current basis, they can't function effectively because of these things. That means then all of, whether we talk about affordable housing, which I'd say it's an urgency ordinance situation with the mobile home parks right now, you need to go in that direction. Tahoe development, you got Nevada, you got Placer, and I was just up there for a week on the North Shore and I loved it. But guess what? It's growing. And the whole basin is got growth associated with it. It's coming from maybe other counties or this other state, but it's still happening. The Cameron Park sign ordinance all began when they put up those big signs and people were saying, how can they do that? Well, because we didn't have anything in place that allowed, but what we talked about and worried about is electronic signs that you see in a lot of communities. And that's why Cameron Park's so important. The Texas here surplus property. We just had the Pay Fire. My God, we were very lucky. This could have been horrible and very tragic. And then finally, let's see, what was the last one? Ordinance. Read the Housing El Dorado written public comments. 2021, 22, no growth, 0 permits on low and very low income. That is tragic because it's against our issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to let you
Thanks
know.
for
I
coming.
think this is a very important issue.
Where's the
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none in the boardroom, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Troy Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
I'm not really sure how to go about this, but my name is Troy Stevenson. I am one of the owners of Fox Sparrow Campground, formerly Camp Chiquita. I was informed this morning that we were a topic of discussion and I wanted to jump in and kind of see what was going on. Unfortunately, I don't believe both sides of the stories have been brought up here. And I know that this is probably more of a larger community county issue with parks that, you know, I've seen, and I know what the rates come up to for a lot of people, and they are pretty high. My family purchased this park 8 weeks ago, about 10 weeks ago. We put our entire life savings into this place, and we are happy to be here and turn this place around and make it beautiful again. What we've had is nonstop kickbacks from our tenants, refusing to follow the rules, which are 16 pages. They were given to us by Cal OHA by Diana Kelly. Those were approved rules approved from a judge, and we were dispersed them out to our tenants, letting them know that most of this has to do with safety issues. A lot of the places have refrigerators and other appliances outside that are running, like water heaters, full-blown home water heaters. Lots of trash, lots of debris that they have collected. And we have asked them to clean up, and we were willing to give them about a year to do it. And they have reached out to the state, the county, the fire department, the police department, everybody under the sun, bringing heat down against us, when in fact, the state, Cal OHA, has come here and said this needs to be done by August 10th. So the reason that the fire is lit in my community of my home and my tenants' homes is due to my own tenant's fault. So I'm not really sure how this, you know, I'm really hurt actually, because my name was brought up specifically in this. And I don't think that that was very fair to do to a brand new business trying to get up off the ground. And I'm sorry, I'm shaking right now, but you know, there are two sides of the story. We have not told any of our tenants that they're being evicted. We have merely asked them to please clean up their sites and follow the rules. That is it. If they are not willing to do that, then yes, we will have to take action, and that's just by law and code, because we can't set fire to this beautiful place, and we can't have refrigerators and water heaters sitting out here in the woods just waiting to blow up. Like, it's ridiculous. So, I mean, that's all I have. We're really trying to work with this community, and we've been kind of drugged through the mud in it, and it kind of hurts. So that's all I have.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate you calling in, and obviously there will be, more discussions to be had. And so we appreciate you calling in.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all. All right. So I will bring that back to the board for where we go from here.
So, Kim, if you could bring that back up. Uh-oh.
Does that from time to time.
Hey, all right.
It's like the Twilight
The
Zone.
infinity map. There we go.
Twilight Zone.
While that's happening, I can just, I got a message from staff on the park, the sign program.
Yeah.
So there is still a heavy want from the DRC and Cameron Park to have their own, but per the scope of work and working with them, there have been parts and concepts of the Cameron Park standards that have been incorporated into our draft signs.
Good. So we're making use of the, all right.
A note on that.
That's awesome. Very good. Okay, so Kim, you've already captured a bunch of the things. This is great. Okay.
Wow, Kim, you're wonderful. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow.
Does staff have any just thoughts on this direction? Is it doable and consistent with what you heard the board? Would you request any additions or changes?
The only one Rob and I were just talking about was, returning to the board within 60 days, because of course everything has to be done in 30 days and completed, for timelines. And I'm not familiar with the previous memo, so it kind of depends on, if that is minor tweaks and updates, or if it's going to be a deeper dive of creating, gathering information.
County Council, do you have any thoughts on that, since you're fairly familiar with that white paper?
Yeah, I mean, it's admittedly hard to put a time frame together because we just don't know what we don't know about the state of the law in that area. So to Karen's point, it could be that we are just providing additional references to some, new laws. It could be that there's some significant changes. My sense is it's the former, that it's more of an update rather than a full rewrite. And Karen, I would propose that my office work very closely with you, as we did before, to to carry a hefty load on trying to update that. I think 60 days was suggested largely because of the potential urgency associated with some of the concerns that have been raised to some of your offices. More time's always better, but recognizing the need to have at least a path laid out before you, I can commit to work with Karen so that my office can help support that effort within the time frame.
And if it turns out to be bigger than we, think it is, then just come back and give us an update and we'll change it. I mean, that's always an option, but let us know.
So this is meant to be a kind of a high level overview of options, not getting down into, granular nuts and bolts of weighing an urgency ordinance versus a permanent ordinance and all of the different considerations of that. It's not that.
So County Council won't be making a recommendation based upon that. Just a
No,
white paper,
just-
right?
that-
Freshening the white paper.
Correct. Yeah, I would not propose that there be a recommendation, though the board may choose to take that and it may lead to some further action of the board or direction of the board. But I think particularly if we're trying to get it back within the specified time frame, I think keeping it at the high level described by Supervisor Thomas would be appropriate.
So perhaps would be wise to, was recognizing that we like our minutes to be very, exact, which really help provide direction. Item 5 on the work plan, affordable housing, direct staff to refresh the white paper on what options the county has to prevent predatory practices, lead that, and report back within 60 days. Would that be clearer?
Does that
Or-
help?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful.
Let's do
Okay.
that rather
Okay.
than explore options could be,
Right.
Right.
a lot. So,
And then based on the white paper, then we'll have a conversation, I guess.
right.
And that'll help feed into the task force ultimately is my guess.
Are you proposing taking out the wording relative to exorbitant rents? Because that's
No.
the reason, right? So
No.
that stays. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just an add.
It's rather than exploring options, we're directing staff to refresh the memo. Oh, thank you, from April 2018. Is there any, should we, do we need to identify that by the number? Or, because what memo from April? Okay, perfect. There we go. Oh, you are good, Kim. I think that's very
She's
clear.
reading our mind.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Does the board have any other directions or changes to this motion?
You guys good with it, staff?
good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make
So
this
is
motion.
that a motion, Lori?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll second.
I like that change. I think that's clear. All
Yeah,
right,
yeah, it's
any
clear.
further
Yeah.
discussion?
No.
Okay, and does the CAO have any final recommendations on this on this direction? Okay, all right, then we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So it's just about 12 o'clock. So
Okay.
thank you very much for a very clear discussion. Appreciate the way this was laid out. It fostered, great discussion, and it was easy for the board to dig into. So appreciate all your work and look forward to further discussions on this. Thank you so much. And with that, we will be back at 1 o'clock for open forum and closed session. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we are going to resume our Board of Supervisors meeting this afternoon. And I'll make note that Supervisor Thomas had advised us that she had another obligation this afternoon. So she bowed out right after the last session from this morning. And so we will continue in her absence, but I don't think we have anything of an urgent matter other than we'll make sure that with the recorded comments that are made that she gets a chance to listen to those as her makeup time. So with that, we'll move on to our 1 o'clock time allocation, open forum. And Kim, if you would read that, please.
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Very good. Please come on up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Wood, and I've been a resident here in El Dorado County for over 20 years. I'm here to speak about the discontinuation of the syringe exchange harm reduction program that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors approved, drawing litigation from the state of California. I've spent a good part of my career working in public health, locally in California and nationally. I've been involved with many programs for high-risk individuals and would like to speak about the public health implications of the decision you made. Scientific and public health data matter, so here are a few key points. 1, findings reported in 2023 by the National Institute of Health suggest the population size of people who inject drugs has substantially grown in the past decade and recommend that prevention services for these folks should be proportionately increased, not decreased. Data also demonstrates that drug addiction impacts people in all walks of life across all socioeconomic groups. The same is true here in El Dorado County. The Center for Disease Control has consistently shown that participants in syringe exchange programs are more likely to enter drug treatment programs and more likely to stop injecting drugs. State public health officials credit the Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition with saving the lives of 421 people in El Dorado County who would have otherwise overdosed on opiates, arguing that we have low rates of HIV and Hep C and thus need to discontinue syringe exchange is antithetical to how public health works. These lower rates demonstrate the effectiveness of syringe exchange programs, not easy to say, rather than a need to discontinue them. It's Public Health 101. Prevention decreases risk and use. Maybe El Dorado County should consider celebrating the success of this program rather than trying to eliminate it. Without needed prevention and intervention programs such as syringe exchange, people who are at risk of overdosing inevitably end up in the expensive emergency rooms, thereby transitioning the healthcare and financial burdens of providing services to our local healthcare systems. There are both financial and political implications here as well. I urge you to take into consideration the broad implications of your decision and base that decision on well-documented scientific data and public health expertise. I also urge you to not be swayed by politics, but by your responsibility to do the right thing for the citizens of El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah.
Ruth Michelson, District 4, here on the same topic. 40-year resident and business owner. So good afternoon, board. I'm here today to talk to you about the California Department of Public Health lawsuit against the county regarding the termination of Sierra Harm Reduction Services. I ask that you settle this issue with the state, just as the city of Placerville has, and not waste taxpayer money engaging in the lawsuit. Today, I'm going to talk to you about data because I have often heard you say that you make data-driven decisions. And I so appreciate your attention as well. I've taken my time to prepare this, and I'd really like your attention. Thank you. So overdose deaths. Let's compare El Dorado County numbers with the state overall. Using the data from the sheriff's report presented to you. Okay, this comes from the sheriff's report, which I know you use as a source document in making your decision. He said that in 2019, there were 24 deaths, and in 2021, there was 33. That's an unfortunate increase of 45%. 45, not 500, where some upper level person in our county has known to say it was a 500% increase. I have no idea where that came from. And I like to compare that to what happened in California overall. Essentially, it went from about 5,800 to 10,800. Overall, California between 2019 and 2021 had 100% increase. So although it's unfortunate we had any increase at all, we did much better than the state overall. And I think Sierra harm reduction helped in that way. I see I have to really hurry up. So also it's been said that the program was possibly doing more harm than good. I've heard that said by this, but lives have been saved. 309 reported overdose reversals, 503 since the inception of Sierra harm reduction. That's 503 citizens. And no, it's not all homeless people. In fact, it's slightly more than a half, something like 52% are the homeless that are served. The rest are residences in homes that are paying taxes that are like you and I and could possibly be in our neighborhoods. I mean, there is no drug addiction goes across the board. It's 30 seconds. Okay, really quickly. Sierra harm reduction made 253 referrals in 1 year only. A lot of them were for drug treatment programs. A lot of them were also for jobs, et cetera, housing, et cetera. So it goes much wider than just distributing drug needles. It's also Narcan and fentanyl strips to detect the level of fentanyl. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Woodruff. I'm a resident of District 1. I'd like to address the board on the topic, same topic, syringe exchange programs. My statement is not to discuss the validity of these programs or of comments made justifying the ban of SEPs instituted by this county. Other folks will talk to that. California law has established provisions for syringe exchange programs, which apply statewide. In August of 2019, Sierra harm reduction began operation in both incorporated and unincorporated parts of this county. Of course, on December 12th, 2023, the board approved Ordinance 5189, prohibiting the establishment, operation, use, and/or participation in a syringe exchange program within the unincorporated areas of this county. This ordinance appears to directly contradict California law. Subsequently, the state has sued the county. My request is for the Board of Supervisors to comply with state law and to enter negotiations with the state to mitigate the cost and impact of the ongoing legal actions. Perhaps a new ordinance nullifying 5189 and also 5188, which 5189 nullified, would be appropriate. Or lean on a provision in 5189 outlined below. Not sure how this could be triggered, but it appears quite applicable. And that provision is section 9.56.050, conformance to law. And this is out of 5189. The provisions of this chapter shall be interpreted in accordance with otherwise applicable state and federal laws and will not apply if determined by the county to be in violation of such laws. Interesting conundrum. How this issue is resolved is beyond the scope of a public comment, but I encourage the board to seek a resolution that complies with established law and does not rack up large legal bills we should not be saddled with. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon. I have attended every meeting of the Placerville City Council that addressed the subject of the needle exchange program. And I read with great interest that you seem to be taking a different direction, which is why I'm here. Because the data doesn't support the idea that it's what we have had it described as. This is something we see every 4 years, just like clockwork, these wedge issues. The Democrats have abortion. The Republicans have immigration. Boy, does it rouse lots of passion. And if you're going to do the same thing in this county, can you think of a word that does more for that purpose than needles? It conjures up Needle Park. the idea of druggies shooting up in the backyard, homeless encampments and itinerant drug users roaming the streets, all those things we don't want, but the data doesn't support it. The data shows that half the people who are in this exchange program are people who have housing, and the effort is to get them out of drug addiction. We should all know, unless we've lived in a cave, about the opioid crisis, that it's cost billions of dollars for companies. It costs 3 pharmaceutical trade groups $13.8 billion, 3 pharmaceutical companies. One of them was Walgreens, that's had to, as a result, close shops, including one of them right down the street. So that affects us all. And I would think something I've been telling people for years for very simplistic, selfish reasons. If you've got a legal problem, ask a lawyer. You've got a medical problem, ask a doctor. And I would think that if you have a public health problem and that issue is before you, you would ask the public health officer. But what you had was 2 very well-respected politicians who are very talented when it comes to enhancing the base. But the data they gave you wasn't data, it was anecdotes, saying that the number of HIV infections has gone down. Well, of course it has, because this program has been in effect. That's what it's a problem. And then when I started reading this little flashy presentation, I see they got Proposition 47, 57. Boy, you got some other passionate issues up there. But it doesn't save us any money. You should be fiscally responsible and not waste money in litigation that you're going to lose. Frankly, a good political answer is you change the name, take out needles, call it something like Addiction Recovery Program, and then say you go into negotiation like the city did, and then whatever you come up with, you say, we won. We fought for the people, but don't say you're going to do something where you actually add to the problem and waste our money in litigation that's going to lose. This is just a sample of the stacks of literature. Did my time go up? No, 4 seconds. But all we got was a presentation that should have been from your health officer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm the vice president of the El Dorado Gold 1848. It's a 501c3 nonprofit. We're at 515 Main Street, as I've been before you before. We've purchased the on surplus, the old post office at the corner of Bedford and Main. And some exciting things are happening I just wanted to share with you. First of all, we have the Marilyn Ferguson Research Center and a library that is in the back of the building, and we're open on by appointment on Fridays. We have a staff that's there, and we do research like you would do at the main library or the main museum here in at the fairgrounds. We do the same kind of things, help people help them make copies and do that kind of things. We also have the George Wheeldon mineral exhibit that's currently under construction. That'll provide different types of minerals that will be in the old safe. And we also have been having our main room is being utilized for different public events, which last year, I don't know if you all came, but or heard about it. We had the Golden Hub of History, which was all of the historical groups. Lake Tahoe was there in a number of ways that occupied tables and set up, and it was all day long, open house. And we had probably close to 200 or 300 people that came through on an intermittent basis. But what's happening now is we've been planning the main room for a museum, which is part of our mission statement and part of the preservation of historical buildings that we have been trying to do. We got room for the carriage still. If we get that, we're going to have Supervisor Turnbow's little buggy. But we also have the Thomas Kincaid potentially the Thomas Kincaid Gallery is closing on Main Street. With that closure is they're having a sale on some of their products. And with that, there are going to be 4 or 5 different pieces that they're looking for a place to display. So we're thinking now of having a gallery room, which will be a common place that people can come in and have meetings. And in that gallery room on the walls will be the Thomas Kincaid pieces, which then will be nice for the community and one of the positive things I believe it's going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've heard from everybody who's present. So Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Hi, I'm Don Wolfson, Cameron Park. I actually am not calling in about the needle exchange thing, but I am in agreement with the people who just spoke. The reason I'm calling, this is an issue that you've been aware of for a while, and I haven't followed it, so I don't really know what you are or aren't doing, if anything. But a friend of mine who lives in El Dorado Hills in the mobile home park on White Rock Road recently reported that the new owners, which it's one of those corporate investor groups that come in and jack up rents, were trying to get like over $2,000 in site rent for their for the mobile home. And of course, these are retired people. They own their home. They've improved it. And if that rent increase had gone into effect, they probably would have lost it all. Fortunately, the owners all got together and went and talked, the mobile homeowners went and talked to the owners of the park and talked them down about $1,000. So they only jacked the rent up to like 1,100 and something for a mobile home. So, you know, my friend is trying to sell and get out before he, you know, he's forced to lose everything. But I just wanted to say that if this is one of the housing related things that the board is already working on, thank you. And if you aren't, I would very much appreciate it if you would take another look at this, because if these corporate investment owners are allowed to continue to do this, we're going to have more homeless people, bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from the fabled Triple Junction. WTF? Here we are again, suggesting same old stuff, hopefully with a new nuance. But we need an ordinance. We need a fall over setback. We need adequate alternative analysis that's meaningful. We need to knock on doors during that analysis instead of just sending a letter, what looks like junk mail. We also need to identify the best site regardless of its possibility, you know, its impossibilities or possibilities. In other words, what serves the public the best. Remember that the top of the hill is always hard to get to because there's usually not a power line there, nor an AT&T aging copper wire line to the top of that mountain. Again, this is why they build so close to existing infrastructure, and then ignore the opportunities that we would normally think of for an antenna, and that would be at the top of a hill or a ridge. So anyway, yes, we all want good service, and but we don't really need it next to our home on a small lot where it's going to be affecting a great deal of people. that's where the fallover setback can really come in. And we can do that through an urgency ordinance, can't we? Silence. That's what I thought. Anyway, we need to get this taken care of. And I don't really see that that's happening. And I hope that we can get on board with that urgency ordinance. Yeah, that's about it for now. Oh, and sadly, there's a Butte County up there. They're experiencing what we had with our fire, although it's already bigger than that fire, and it did it in much less time. So let's be careful out there, folks, because it is DRY. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hello, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I'm calling in today about some of the projects that are coming through our area. I know there was a sizable request from the El Dorado Hills APAC organization that was sent in. My comments in particular are about the review period. So for two of the large projects in our area, we had 60 days. For the Generations project, we were only provided with 45 days to review. And then just within the last day or two, the Town and Country DER came in, and it also only has 45 days. The size of the projects makes it, and the amount that's coming through right now, make it really difficult for us as a community to be able to dig through all of the information and provide our feedback in an effective way. So I guess my hope today is maybe that we can have some of the supervisors advocate on our behalf to the planning department to give citizens the courtesy of the full review period of 60 days on all of these projects that's allowed within the law and CEQA guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
I'm addressing a couple of issues here, particularly in regard to the bureaucratic shenanigans of DOT Director Rafael Martinez, who is out of the office until August the 5th. Yesterday, I had a conversation with Preston Moore concerning some issues having to do with the double chip seal of Mount Murphy Road at long last. However, there are some problems with Rafael Martinez response that was received this morning that is totally unacceptable. He diverted and obfuscated the issues, particularly pertaining to DOT accountability. I just want to let you know that Mr. Martinez's responses, which you will be receiving and entered into the public record, were unacceptable and will not be tolerated. But first and foremost, I want to make it apparent that IT is still blocking my emails, and I'm referring to the matter of former CAO Don Ashton unlawfully ordering IT to block my ability to communicate electronically with staff. And despite numerous requests made to Tiffany Schmid and David Livingston, this issue has never been resolved, which represents a direct assault not only upon my First Amendment rights, but upon the rights of every citizen in this county. During my conversation yesterday with Preston, he confirmed that despite several attempts to forward emails to him and road maintenance, none of my emails were ever received by DOT. You are aware that failure to provide public services to constituents violates local, state, and federal laws, ordinances, regulations, and statutes. Therefore, I demand the county to immediately remediate my ability to communicate with DOT and all other EDC staff. Secondly, I abhor dishonesty, particularly by public servants whose salaries are paid via my tax dollars. It is insulting for Rafael Martinez to claim that the chip seal on Mount Murphy Road is not inferior when it's glaringly apparent from the photographs and my surveillance videos that none of the work done by American Pavement Systems was done properly. I'm submitting into the public record now a Public Record Act request for information pertaining to this correspondence. And so again, this is something that you are required by law to respond to within 10 working days. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon, Lyle Bennett Koshan. I'm piggybacking on the comments that I've shared before about harm reduction. And I know you're in litigation, but I feel that should not preclude answering and responding as you do in so many other areas to the requests for additional information, especially from your public health department. And you also have Project COPE, which is a coalition of various health providers addressing the opioid crisis. I think additional information is always beneficial for your decision-making process. I also think, as you have shared so many times in other issues, that collaboration is much better than confrontation. And as a result of all this litigation and different stressors, there is a new director for the harm reduction, Sierra Harm Reduction, and I would encourage you to open dialogue and look for possible compromises, as certainly exists as shown by the city of Placerville. And then lastly, from my perspective, this is a bit of a moral panic. There's nothing to fear from needles, certainly nothing to fear from our neighbors with substance use disorder. Members of the board have referenced their Christian faith, which I share. And I think if we emulate the example of Jesus, everybody needs to walk with folks that are struggling. And I would urge, especially George Turnbow as a pastor and as a person who spoke strongly against the president of harm reduction, do as I did and go out and meet some of our struggling neighbors. I think it may soften hearts. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so let's kind of revisit the subjects to see if there's anything else staff could respond with. And harm reduction, county council, I'm assuming we shouldn't be saying anything at this point, even though there's been multiple requests.
Well, the matter is the subject of pending litigation. What I suppose I can share is that following the court having issued an order enjoining the county's enforcement of its ordinance, we have received requests from CDPH for additional consultation as a step towards reauthorizing Sierra harm reduction in the county.
Very good.
But the litigation does remain pending, and there's been no permanent injunction yet issued. It's just the preliminary injunction.
Okay, mobile home rents, Supervisor Turnbow, did you want to comment on that one since it was related to where you have?
Yeah, basically, we're working on that right now. To solve that problem. There has been some phone calls that were made, and I think the homeowners down there started a petition to bring that up to the people that own that. So right now, Lisa reduced it from $2,000 down to $1,100 with some phone calls that my office made with a lot of the other residents and with what's going on down there. So anyway, this is a start in the right direction. And I think the county's going to work on it with our long range plan, come up with some kind of solution. So.
Okay, and then wireless telecommunications facilities under our long range planning review, it's called communications facilities. And we got an update today that winter of 2024 is the timeframe anticipated for the completion of that. So just to fill that void in. Project modifications for DER reviews, I can basically verify that multiple comments have been made to staff about continuing, essentially extending the response period, but it's really staff's decision as to whether that fits within their overall matrix and whether they feel it's necessary. So County planning staff will be responding to those requests. And so leave that one at that. And then the last one, the Mount Murphy Road repaving, I think Raphael would have to respond. So unless there was any other board comment, do you think is appropriate at this point? Not seeing any. Let's go ahead and move on with the rest of our day today. We do have the closed session item, but we also probably should do our board communications before we do that, because I don't think we're anticipating a report out for the remaining items. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's go to board member updates. Who would like to start?
You got anything, Lauren?
I just gotta find it.
Okay, I can go ahead and start.
Go ahead, John.
On the 24th of this month, we had a LAFCO meeting, and the primary activity going on was the selection of the alternate public member. And that was done by a review and voting process. And Don Hodson was continued as the alternate public member on that. And then we also talked about the annual conference, the Cal LAFCO annual conference, and attendance and membership at that. So there's a brief summary. And then George and I attended the following day on Thursday, the 25th, the 2x2 meeting, and as did the CAO with the El Dorado Hills Community Services District. There were many topics of discussion. I think I'm going to leave it at that, but I think we're making good progress. Yeah. I'm just saying we're making good progress. Those are mine.
Okay. And basically it's the same thing. So John and I attended, LAFCO meeting, which Don Woodson is going to remain on that as the alternate on that board, and then that 2x2 meeting. And it was Laurel that actually attended because Tiffany was in.
Oh, that's right.
She couldn't make it because she.
Jury
That's right.
Jury duty. Yeah.
Jury duty.
So
the CAO's office was represented, but yes, by
Yeah.
Laura. Yes, thank you.
that's all I have.
Okay, I got just a couple things. Last week we had our RCRC meeting. We went in early at 8 a.m. and had a guest speaker from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So the USDA Rural Development representative was there, and basically was there to remind the rural counties that if we're doing any large projects or contemplating any large projects, to reach out to them, because they do have staff to help with that. And there's often funding, and of course all the funding streams are very specific, but you never know if one of our projects might not fit into one of those criteria. So that was a good reminder. Also, we were, staff said they are requesting letters, and there's a template out there for the CPUC is working on a rulemaking right now for the electrical distribution system reliability, basically, which in our case here is PG&E. So they've asked for some letters to assist the CPUC in their rulemaking, and I have the template and quite a bit of data, so I'll probably just work something up, because I don't think there's time for a board letter since we're dark next week. The timing is always off on these letters, I swear. So just thought I'd let you guys know I'll do that, because I've been pretty engaged in that topic. And then the last thing we talked about at our CRC was our annual meetings coming up, and it'll be in Sonoma this year. Our chair is Chris Lopez from Monterey County, so there's always the annual basket auction, and so the proceeds from the auction this year will go to Monterey County charities, nonprofits. And when we went a couple months ago to Monterey County for our tour of the chair, Monterey, and we actually visited one of the charities that we're going to be donating to, and it was fabulous. It was the one, I think I reported out a little bit about it, but basically it was kind of like a day program for juvenile hall, participants. And so they, so many different skills they were learning there, with welding and car things and building and culinary. It was just fabulous. So that'll be one of the recipients of the proceeds. And I've already received a donation from one of our local rafting companies. Great. For 2 people on a raft. And so I'll be reaching out to my colleagues for items to go with that. And I will need the items by August 30th. So just so you have a heads up, kind of things to go with a rafting trip and representing El Dorado County. So hope to put together a fun basket. And then really the only other thing, well, 2, I just really wanted to thank our OES and all our first responders. They put together an evacuation town hall specifically for the community of Mosquito, which I think most of you know is very remote and just challenging when there's an emergency. And so OES and CAL FIRE and gosh, CHP, everybody was there, the fire chiefs, you name it, and fire safe councils were there, and just really wanted to hit on the special circumstances if there's an emergency that regarding mosquito. It is a very unique situation there, and hopefully when the big new bridge is done, that will help increase their accessibility for emergency vehicles and all that stuff. So that's going to be done, I think, next year. Wow, the bridge is cool. So just a big shout out and thank you. And there's a ton, they had such a great turnout for that event. I don't know that the firehouse bay was full. So I really appreciated the residents taking that seriously also. And then lastly, I just watched taxpayers meeting virtually, and our CAO Tiffany Schmidt and Assistant CAO Sue Henneke did a great job answering the questions that were submitted, and then also the follow-up questions. It's always fun, but you guys did a great job representing, so thank you.
You have anything? Rick?
No report, thank you.
Okay, I do have one go back, and that's with respect to our visitors from Warabi, Japan.
Oh, yeah.
We did have earlier in the agenda a consent item identifying and appreciating the mayor of Warabi for helping sponsor their visit. I've had the pleasure of being able to host one of the male chaperone that's with the group, and that's been a very enjoyable experience. We actually got up to Tahoe for the weekend.
Oh, nice.
And through Joe Irvin, I was able to connect him with a Japanese speaking employee of the city who does finance, Akime. So there was coming together, and they were speaking Japanese, and I was walking down the trail enjoying the view. So we did a lot of great things up there, but Tahoe was just beautiful this weekend. Busy. You couldn't find a place to park, but that's the other thing is that the sister city of the city of Placerville and El Dorado County is also a sponsor of that particular activity. So we'll look forward to future invitations to visit Japan. So, all right, so CAO.
Yeah, just two things. Yesterday I received notification from PG&E, you may have as well, that over the next few weeks, they're going to be starting some vegetation management around the PG&E distribution poles throughout the county. I don't have specific locations yet. Carla has reached out to see if we can get more specific so we can let our members of the public know, but they said that later this week they'll be reaching out to customers. The customers should expect to receive, if the work is going to be performed on their property, receive either an email, text, or phone call, and then there will also be a door knock. So heads up there. We've actually, I myself have already received notification. And then the second thing is that we're dark after 3 weeks in a row here, and we'll be back on August 13th, which is crazy that we're already,
August.
I know,
August.
like mid-August.
Ides of August almost, yeah.
So I got one come back.
Okay.
And I just want to inform everybody today on East 16 from Buckspar Road to River Pines, that should be finished today, the repaving. It's been a long time coming, so it's a great thing is what it is. And I went out and observed what they've been doing, and they did a great job in a shorter time. So it was good. So I want to thank DOT, and I want to thank Bear Camp Engineering is the one that did that. So I just want to reach out and thank them.
All right. So at this point, we'll adjourn to a closed session for the final item, and with no report out, we'll just report the close of the meeting to County Council, and she can get that to the Recorder Clerk's office, and we'll be done for the day. So thank you all for your participation and attention today. So let's get her done.